Let me call you tonight, and I need you in my life. Baby, I miss you so.
Like. Make sure to drop BoulderBum a like. Subscribe and click the bell icon if you are new. If you are watching on Twitch, make sure to hit the follow button. Thanks for all the support. You guys rock. Bot. Welcome to the chat. I'm the bot and I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, but I'm all out of gum, so behave in chat or your ass is grass. Don't forget to sub and leave a like. You guys rock. And I need you in my life. Baby, I miss you so much. Let me make it better. I will sing to you. Shawty, you so perfect. Let me fall for you. Sorry tonight.
Yo, what's going on everyone? Welcome back to another live stream with BoulderBum. Hope you guys out there in YouTube land and Twitch land all having a great day today wherever you're tuning in from. We're going to be playing some Pillars of Eternity tonight on PC. This one came out in 2015. It's a role-playing game developed by Obsidian Entertainment, published by Paradox Interactive. It's the spiritual successor to Baldur's Gate and the Icewind Dale series. I don't know if you guys have played them. I played a bit of Baldur's Gate back in the day. The game takes place in a fantasy world of Eora, mainly inside the nation of Drywood. The infants in Drywood are plagued by a recent phenomenon in which they become hollowborn upon birth, meaning they are born with no soul. During the beginning of the game, the protagonist experiences an awakening of power due to a disastrous supernatural event, discovering they are a Watcher, a person who can see past lives and interact with souls. The objective of the game is to find out what caused their awakening and how to solve the hollowborn problem. But yeah, it came out in 2015. Top-down isometric RPG. I've played it a little bit in the past. I actually really love this game. It's really good, but we'll start from the start. Yeah, I hope you guys out there in YouTube land and Twitch land all doing well. Let me know what's going on in the chat. I always like catching up with you guys. If you're new to the channel and you want to see more, make sure you hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and the little bell so you get notified of when I go live. And if you're on Twitch, then yeah, hit the follow because we are trying to become affiliate. Thank you to everyone that does support the channel. I really appreciate it, guys. You guys are awesome. Share the stream out. Thank you everyone on Twitter for all the retweets. But yeah, I will just take care of the social media stuff and then we should be good to go. I don't know what Barney's up to. He's up and about. What are you doing, Barney? Oh, mate, in your bed. In your bed. Good boy. Good boy. Stay there, mate. Yeah, we shall get underway very shortly, just taking care of all the social media stuff. Yeah, don't be afraid to say hello in the chat. Like I said, I always like catching up with you guys. If you're liking the music you're hearing in the stream tonight, it's by Bass Rebels. You can find them over at bassrebels.co.uk. Got some awesome no copyright playlists, DMCA safe music for Twitch and YouTube, so go and check them out, they're really good. Alright, let's get comfortable in my chair. That's all done. Alrighty, Pillars of Eternity. 77,000 backers, and it's a really good game too, so yeah. I hope you guys enjoy it, because I know I'm going to. We'll go on easy. Strongly recommended for those who are new or recently returning to real-time party-based RPGs. And we'll knock it up to normal, even hard, as we get used to it again, because like I said, I haven't played this for a couple of years now. So I have forgotten, I've forgotten how to play it all. It's a good game though, I love it. Based off the novel, I think it was 1982 or 83 the novel came out. 1982, the science fiction novel Pillars of Eternity.
Five wagons grope blindly for the path on a starless night, their master glancing ever upward to the skies for assurance that he is on the right course. A dim lantern his only protection against the encroaching darkness. But the skies bring no comfort, shining no light, betraying no hint of what they know. The caravan carries travelers bound for the frontier hamlet of Gilded Vale, you among them, where a local lord has offered land and wealth to settlers from abroad looking for a fresh start. You have taken suddenly ill, sweating and shivering, and one of the other travelers signals for the caravan master to stop on your behalf. He pulls up just in time to avoid plowing into the trunk of a fallen tree that bars the way ahead. You will go no further tonight.
So, what have we got? Female. A woman's role in Eora is largely dependent on where she is from. In the Adia Empire, Valian Republics, and the Drywood, women occupy many domestic, educational, and organizational roles. They are the primary hunters, soldiers, and leaders of the tribes of Nasatik in Ea Glanfath and xXSmokeyQuartzXx. Women and men have more fluid social roles. In all societies there are exceptions to the rule, and women can be found in a wide variety of stations of professions. Equality for all. The place of men in society varies from culture to culture. Cultures like Adir and the Drywood place them at the forefront of military, politics, and heavy labour. Among the tribes of Nasatak, men perform many of the homesteading and organisational duties. In Ea Glanfath and xXSmokeyQuartzXx, men and women have more fluid social roles. So it's basically the same. But race, class, attributes, culture, appearance, and voice. What do you want, male or female? Or if we go for female character. Humans, commonly called folk, are the most common race in the Drywood, the Adir Empire, the Old Valia, and the Valian Republics. They are not as large as the towering Almoa humans are known for their strength and willpower. Yo, what's going on, Stopcat? The Almoa, they look like elves or orcs, I don't know. The mighty Almoa are the largest of the Kith races and are commonly found in or near oceans. Though not truly aquatic, they have an affinity for water, and many of their civilizations, such as Rautai, are based on naval dominance. They are known for their unparalleled strength. You got might +2. By virtue of land covered and number of colonies settled, dwarves are the most well-travelled race in the world. They are commonly found in the Drywood and Valian Republics and almost any colonised land. Dwarves are known for their great strength and tenacity. -1 dexterity because short ass. Elves are the dominant race in Ea Glanfath and the White that Wens, and are extremely common in the Drywood and Adir. Elves are known for their speed and intelligence, as well as commonly isolationist nature. Orlans are the smallest of the Kith races, though many cultures don't consider them to be civilized at all. Also notable for their large ears, two-toned skin, and hirsute bodies. Orlans are commonly found in Eaglanfarth, the Ixchamiddle Plains, and parts of the Drywood. They are known for their mental intensity and sharp senses. Oh, godlike. The godlike are children of the Kith, civilized races who have been blessed with physical aspects associated with the gods, though some do not consider it a blessing. These aspects may take many forms and often come with mystical powers. Aberrant head shapes are typical, and godlike are unable to wear protective headgear as it is near impossible to find anything that fits. Because of their unusual nature and their inability to reproduce, godlike are often viewed with fear and wonder. I don't know, kind of like the elves. Dexterity and perception. What about our race next? We've got two different kinds. Wood elf and pale elf. The wood elves, the I can't pronounce that. The wood elves trace their beginnings far north of present-day Adia and have migrated south throughout the forests of the continent, now covering it all the way south across the equator. They are also believed to have migrated across the sea to Eaglanfarth. While physiologically identical to one another, wood elves from Adia are culturally different from those in Eaglanfarth and consider themselves wholly different groups. Distant advantage against any enemy that is more than 4 meters away. Wood elves gain bonus to accuracy, deflection, and reflexes. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. It is unclear exactly how long ago pale elves, the Glamfellan, came to the southern polar regions of the world, but they have lived there for at least 12,000 years, based on their continuous contact with Amur traders. They appear to be among the most stationary ethnic groups in the known world, migrating within the polar region but seldom venturing far north. They are rare in all northern lands, and most people consider them exotic.
Hey everyone.
Yo, what's going on, bird? They have seen, if they have seen one at all. Elemental endurance. All pale elves have increased burn and freeze damage reductions. I'm going to go wood elf because I like the 4 meters. So I'm going to try and use a bow or a crossbow, and maybe even magic. So we've got a whole bunch of different classes to choose from too. Barbarians are brutes, madmen, berserkers. Though city-dwelling people often use the term barbarian with a dose of disrespect, these rural warriors are respected by their communities for their ferocity and fearsome presence on the battlefield. Barbarians have a special, almost religious role in some cultures, but in many places, the undisciplined, fearless style of the barbarian is simply how warriors conduct themselves. Starting ability, Carnage. When barbarians hit with melee attacks, they automatically make reduced damage attacks at all other enemies within a short distance of the target. Athletics +2, survival +1. Very high endurance, very high health, average accuracy, and low deflections. In every culture across Eora, there are chanters. Many historians consider chanters to be the most ancient workers of magic, their hallowed phrases stirring the collective memory of wayward souls around them, compelling them to generate magical effects in a kind of reenactment. In some societies, chanters form organised groups of storytellers and researchers, but in most parts of the world, they are just a time-honoured part of local folk traditions. Get to start out with phrases and chants. All chanters can continuously speak chants made up of magical phrases. Phrases produce passive effects and help build a chanter's power until they can use an invocation. I can't English tonight. Sorry guys. Invocations, powerful magical effects that chanters can create after they have spoken a required number of phrases through their chants. Law +2, mechanics +1, endurance 36. Very low, low health, low average accuracy, and high deflections. I think ciphers are like chanters. No, here we go. Recent discovery in the Eastern Reach, ciphers were once called Brishelgvin, mind hunters. By the Glanfathans, ciphers have the ability to directly contact and manipulate another person's soul and psyche, using an ally's or enemy's essence as the focus for their magic. Though most ciphers are still found in the Eastern Reach, Practitioners of the techniques have spread throughout the known world. They are gaining acceptance over time but are generally distrusted, especially by the uneducated. Powers. Ciphers can directly target allies and enemies with powerful soul-focused effects. These powers cost focus, which ciphers build through the use of their soul whip. The Druids. Animists at heart, Druids tap into the spiritual power that flows through the simple living things of Eora, plants, animals, and sometimes even living stone. While not necessarily religious, Druids do have a reverence for the natural world and a keen interest in understanding its mysteries. In most cultures, Druids are understood as a sort of primal magician, but among the Glenfathans, Naastiki, and many rural cultures, they may have high positions of influence and authority. Spirit Shift. All Druids have mastered one animalistic form. These forms give the Druids strong melee abilities and grant an additional power while the Druid is shifted. Also get spells. Druids access to a variety of offensive and some support-orientated spells. Every 2 levels, Druids automatically gain access to an additional set of spells. Initially, their spells can be cast a limited number of times per rest. As Druids gain power, their weaker spells eventually shift to per encounter usage. Fighters form the front line of disciplined armies across the Eastern Reach. Though they are most commonly found in cultures with an organised martial structure, fighters can also be encountered as wandering mercenaries, bodyguards, and other types of sellswords. The common element that unifies fighters is their heavy focus on endurance and melee defense. The constant recovery, fighters continuously regenerate endurance at a moderate rate during combat. +1 to athletics, law, and survival. Average endurance, high health, very high accuracy, and very high deflection. We'll probably end up going to fighter or the ranger. Monks belong to a variety of fighting orders that have sprung up in Ixia Middle and the Eastern Reach over the past few centuries. While many monastic orders can trace their teachings to the enduring founder, Tletak, individual organizations vary greatly in their focus. Morality and ethics, common folk respect the incredible discipline of monks but see them as an odd, unpredictable bunch who may not be entirely sane. Even mercenaries and other adventurers aren't sure what to make of them. Starting ability, Transcendent Suffering.
Is that you beeping?
I can't hear it. Not sure what that, is there a beeping or something? Could be, I don't know what it is. Oh, is there like a beeping on the stream? I can't hear it.
I don't hear it now.
It might have been just one of my housemates, maybe. Good headset, I can't hear anything. So we've got Transcendent Suffering. I'll have to watch the stream back and see what it was. Transcendent Suffering. When monks have no weapons equipped, their unarmed attacks are exceptionally powerful and continue to increase in damage as they gain levels. Wounds. As monks are damaged, their pain generates wounds. Wounds can be used to power many of the monk's special abilities. Paladins. Paladins are martial zealots devoted to a god, a ruler, or even a way of life. They can be found in any culture where a fanatical group of like-minded individuals have formed a warrior society dedicated to advancing their cause. Among those aligned to their world view, paladins are viewed with respect and admiration. If a bit of fear, many paladins hold leadership positions in armies and mercenary companies, but in the heat of battle, their fanaticism often overrules the chain of command and common sense. Faith and Conviction is your starting ability, and you have an inherent bonus to all of their defenses. Over the course of the game, the value of this bonus may shift based on the reputations the paladin gains relative to the behaviours that are preferred by his or her order. average endurance, high health, average accuracy, and average deflection. Priests are devotees of Iora's deities and practitioners of religious magic. While all priests dedicate themselves to specific gods, priests' power is actually derived from their personal beliefs. In contrast to most paladins, priests tend to focus on philosophy, teaching, and the relationship of religious organizations with common folk. The reception of priests in any given part of the world depends largely on how their god is revered or reviled by the people who live there. Starting abilities: Holy Radiance generates a modest amount of endurance for allies around the priest. Any enemy vessels caught in the area take burn damage and may be frightened. Over the course of the game, the power of this ability may shift based on the reputations the priest gains relative to behaviours that are preferred by his or her deity. The priest also has spells that of support and some offensive orientated spells. Every 2 levels, priests automatically gain access to an additional set of spells. Initially, their spells can be cast a limited number of times per rest. As priests gain power, their weaker spells eventually shift per encounter. Very low endurance, low health, low accuracy, very low accuracy, and low deflection. Rangers are warriors of the woodlands and masters of the hunt, always partnered with soul-bonded animal companions. They can be found in wild spaces all over the world. As their lifestyles often tend toward independence and isolation, it is rare for rangers to become an integral part of a large fighting force, though they are often employed as scouts and guides. Starting ability: Animal Companion. All rangers have a strong bond with an animal companion. The companion fights at the ranger's command and is extremely valuable for its ability to run interference. Animal companions don't do much damage, but they have high damage reduction. The link between the ranger and companion is powerful. If one goes down in the battle, the other suffers as well. We get stealth +1, survival +2, endurance very low, health is high, accuracy very high, and deflection is average. Rogues are vicious killers, feared for the brutality of their attacks. They can be found as often in the dark back alleys as the heart of battlefield skirmishes. Though unpredictable and undisciplined, rogues are commonly used as shock troops or as part of a surprise assault, their withering attacks breaking enemy ranks and morale. Rogues tend to congregate in larger numbers in cities where they can be steadily employed as mercenaries or hired muscle. Starting abilities: Sneak Attack. Applies bonus damage to the rogue's ranged and melee weapon attacks. When the target has any of the following afflictions: blinded, flanked, hobbled, paralysed, petrified, prone, stuck, stunned, or weakened, it also applies to any target the rogue strikes with a weapon within the first 2 seconds of combat. Very low endurance, low health, very high accuracy, and low deflection. And the Wizard. Masters of Academic Magic. Wizards are students of arcane traditions that stretch back beyond the boundaries of recorded history. Wizards are a highly organised group, often forming academies or guilds devoted to research and development in magical studies, and tend to favour environments where inquiry, experimentation, debate, and the dissemination of knowledge are encouraged. Many accomplished wizards eventually become known for their eccentricity, their egos, and their unquenchable interest in all things arcane and occult. Starting abilities: Arcane Assault, mid-range attacks that hits a small area for raw damage and can leave targets dazed. Wizards also have spells for offensive personal defense spells. Unlike priests and druids, wizards learn individual spells that they store in and cast directly from their grimoires. Grimoires can only hold 4 spells of each spell level, which motivates wizards to keep multiple grimoires for different needs. Every 2 levels, wizards gain access to an additional set of spells. However, they can automatically learn 1 spell of any level they can access each time they advance. Oh, it's a lot. Wizards also have the option of learning spells from grimoires they find or buy. Initially, their spells can be cast a limited number of times per rest. As wizards gain power, their weaker spells eventually shift to per encounter use. Very low endurance, low health, very low accuracy, and very low deflection. Yeah, I think we'll go Ranger because I like the got an Animal Companion. And here we go, we can have abilities. Ranger abilities focus on granting additional offensive abilities to the Ranger, increasing the power of their animal companions and strengthening the link between the Ranger and animal companions. So you've got Wounding Shot. As he or she would with fleeing prey, the hunter aims for a spot that will slow the target enemy's progress, hobbling the target and inflicting raw damage over time. So you get 2 per encounter, up to 6 meters, 0.5 seconds on average for interrupt. If successful, hobbled for 10 seconds, accuracy versus fortitude, use a primary attack, 5 to 8 crush, accuracy versus deflection, 100% damage, inflicted over time for 6 seconds. A marked prey designates a single target as prey, giving the Ranger and animal companion a damage bonus against that target. 1 per encounter, speed average 20 meters. Foe target marked for 30 seconds. Marked prey or wounding. I reckon I like marked prey one. We can choose our companion here, so we've got our antelope companion. Antelope companions have naturally superior defenses. Deflection, fortitude. I'm going to have to go to the wolf, aren't I? Because it's one closest to Barney. Superior defenses, deflection, fortitude, reflex, and will. All rangers from a strong spiritual connection with a single creature, their animal companion. This connection allows rangers and their companions to coordinate attacks and efficiently take down prey. In most situations, the companion runs interference while the ranger attacks at range. Despite these advantages, there are risks to the relationship. Rangers share a literal life bond with their animal companions. When one is wounded, the other can sense it and feel intense emotional pain. If a ranger or animal companion are knocked unconscious, the partner suffers from bonded grief, affecting accuracy and other stats until the downed ally is revived. If a ranger is ever killed, the animal companion immediately dies from grief. Passive speed average, antelope companion. Bear companions have unusually high damage reduction, but the boar companions inflict more damage when they are below 50% endurance. Lion companions have the ability to terrify enemies with a powerful roar. Stags can activate a melee attack that does damage to all enemies in a small area around the main target. That's a good one. And then the wolf animal companion do high damage and can more easily avoid disengagement.
Hi Boulder,
attacks.
hi Barney, hi everyone. Smiley face.
Yo, what's going on? Speaking my mind. Yeah, I think we're going to have to go for the wolf, aren't we? There's no two ways about it. Next, call it Barney. Oh, wrong computer. Barney.
He's speaking.
Barney the wolf. Hear that, Barney? You're a wolf now. We've got 15 points. So we've got might. Represents a character's physical and spiritual strength, brute force, as well as their ability to channel powerful magic. During interactions, it can be useful for intimidating displays and acts of brute force. In combat, it contributes to both damage and healing, as well as the fortitude defense. Damage and healing, so a bit of might. Constitution is a combination of the character's overall health and stamina. Health and stamina. Although it is not used much in interactions, it is sometimes checked to withstand pain or endure a physically taxing ordeal. In combat, it affects maximum health and endurance and contributes to the fortitude defense. Dexterity is an abstraction of a character's hand-eye coordination, balance, and overall grace. In interactions, it can be used for sleight of hand and fast reactions. In combat, it affects the character's action speed with all attacks, spells, and abilities, and contributes to the reflex defense. Go for 13, dexterity. It's a good number. Perception represents a character's sense as well as their instinctive ability to pick up on details. In interactions, it can be used to catch someone in a lie, to make an observant comment about their appearance, or to notice something happening in the background. In combat, it contributes to accuracy, the reflex defense, and grants a bonus to interrupt. Highly recommended for a ranger. 14. I'm going to take one out of that and put one into that. We'll put 2 into that, so we've got 14 might, because it's saying we need a high might and perception for a ranger. Don't really need a constitution, do we? Take that down, because the other ones we sort of need dexterity and intellect. Character's logic represents a character's logic and reasoning capabilities in interactions. It can be useful for deduction, sudden realizations, and problem solving. In combat, it contributes to the will defense and influences durations and areas of effect for all abilities and talents. 3, we'll go 3, and then we've got 2 into resolve. Reflects character's internal drive, determination, fearlessness, and the emotional intensity they can project to others. It can be useful for mental intimidation, leadership, and convincing performances. In combat, it helps characters maintain concentration and contributes to the will and deflection defenses. We'll put 2 into that because we need that one, that one, that one, and that one as a ranger. Now we can choose our culture. The Adia Empire is currently the largest and most powerful force in this part of the world. It is centered around the equator and has a tropical climate. Though the Empire has colonies in numerous areas of the world, Greater Adia is at its heart and houses the majority of its human and elven nations. Consisting of the nation of Nayastark, dozens of Omawa settlements, and hundreds of lawless pirate-infested islands that stretch along the southern sea. Deadfire is home to boreal dwarves, Omawa, and a mixed variety of other races. Deadfire Archipelago is the last stop for anyone headed east. A multitude of monstrous sea creatures infest the ocean beyond, making travel virtually impossible. Ixamital Plains, located on to the northeast of Ea Glenfarth. The Ixamital Plains are a large expanse of fertile savannas that are extensively farmed by human and Orlean residents. The Ixamital culture is one of the oldest in the world, though one of the least imperialistic, having spread out little over the past several thousand years. Old Valia. Once the crown jewel of the southern seas, Old Valia is now the crumbled remnants of an empire of warring merchant nations. Counting many humans and dwarves among their ranks, the Old Valian countries are still forces to be reckoned with and are proud of their rich cultural heritage. Rawatei, dominated by the Ayamoa nation of Rayatawi, the Gulf itself is host to a number of nations, most of them Ayamoa, Orlan, and Dwarven. Though these countries are relatively young, they are some of the most advanced colonial settlements in the east. The Gulf is a land of riches and resources for those who can take them, though the entire coast is often pummeled by violent storms. The Living Lands is the mountainous region of a large northern island renowned for its diversity of plant and animal life. Its weather is unpredictable and its ecosystems vary dramatically from valley to valley. The Living Lands are home to an assortment of races in a variety of colonial and independent settlements. And then the White That Wends. A large cracked southern expanse of polar ice, the White That Wends is home to pale elves and small colonies of daring explorers, outcasts and adventurers. While virtually no plant life grows in the White, it is home to many hardy species of dangerous animals that forage from the sea or prey upon each other to survive. So we also get resolve. So go back. So might, dexterity, perception, and intellect, wasn't it? Intellect. Maybe intellect. Might, the Living Lands. Perception. So I reckon that one. Dexterity. Deadfire Archipelago. We want to be an aristocrat. You've lived your life amongst the nobility. Your days have been marked by lavish meals and extravagant parties. Your conversations peppered with talk of pedigree and bloodlines. Law +2. Explorer. You find the siren call of the horizon irresistible. You cannot help but wonder what lies beyond the next hill or wave, and you've built your life around that, around finding out. A labourer. Your life has been spent in the study of your craft. You trained and prepared, hoping to hone your skills and ply your trade. I don't want to be a labourer in a game. I've been a labourer most of my life. You've traded goods from all over the world, pairing items with buyers of all kinds. Or a slave. No, I don't want to be a slave either. You've never known freedom. Shackles and chains have bound your existence, and someone has told you what to do your entire life. Drifter. It's a life for me. You've never quite fit in no matter where you go. Each new town is just a place to rest briefly before moving on to the next. You are now more comfortable on the road, travelling the world. Hunter lives for the thrill of the chase, whether the glory of the sustenance you have made your living, taking the lives of wild creatures. Mercenaries. Blade and battle is your way of life. You solve your problems by pulling out your weapon and applying force. Then a raider. You've spent your life on the wrong side of the law. What you want, you take, and what was theirs has tendency to become yours. Drifter or a hunter. Stealth and mechanics. I think survival may be more important than mechanics. Whole bunch of different hairstyles. That one looks alright.
Yes?
I shall lead us. Let's go!
You won't see me coming.
I'm here. Follow me.
Yeah! Nothing will slip past me.
I shall lead us.
Give her a mile. Give her a mile.
Death to our enemies. Quietly now.
What is it?
I'm flattered.
Benevolent. What do you reckon? Yeah, I like benevolent. Can we... What do we want to call it? Accept. I'm hopeless with coming up with names for bloody characters. Let's go elf names. That one will do. It's easy enough. Mithra.
Call her BB.
BB. Call her BB. She's my BB. Call her BB. Oh, I'll do that. I will. Won't be the first time I've called characters stuff like that. BB. Right. Done. Our journey begins. Journey to the Gilded Vale. What's his Caravan Master Odema? The Caravan Master finishes addressing the group, his bushy red moustache and sagging jowls quivering as if for emphasis.
Everybody stays close to the wagons, got it? Stay out of the
BB
woods,
for BoulderBum,
and beasts
LOL.
take you
That's
if you were
it.
planning a stroll through those ruins up there.
He nods towards a looming black mass on the hillside.
Whole area's crawling with hut-dwelling types who would be happy to stick an axe in you for trespassing. So mind that you don't track mud on their sacred blazing rocks. Tonight, everybody stays put, and in the morning we'll get the path cleared. Gilded Vale's less than a day out. Understood?
At last, the Caravan Master turns to you, frowning as he looks you over.
Touch of the rumbling rot, could be. There's a stinging beetle round here, carries it. You'll be fine once it passes your innards. Unless you don't drink water, of course. Which case you'll be dead in a day. There's a berry grows in these parts, small and pink, called a springberry. About the size of a fingernail. Give you cramps if you eat it, but the frontiersmen make a tea from it. Calms the insides. Should get you through the night. You might check around, see if you can find some. Meanwhile, I'll see if we can scare you up some water. I know you want to hunt before it gets much darker, but see about refilling our water first. Got a sick one here.
Odema looks over his shoulder at his assistant, a lanky, intense man named Sparfle, who carries an old sun-bleached bow. Sparfle nods and slides the worn bow over his shoulder. Where would I find these berries?
They grow on a bush that's common round here, kind of funny looking. You'll know it when you see it. Doubt you'd have to go far off the road to find one.
What are those ruins?
Nothing you won't see on half the hills of Air Glonfoth. Money to be made selling their knickknacks in Defiance Bay, if you don't mind getting stuck with Glonfoth and arrows now and again. They didn't build them, but I'll be the effigy if they don't watch them like a mother bear. Of course, all the ones around here have been ransacked 10 times over. Got nothing left worth half a pawn, so I hear.
Who did build the ruins?
Got different names for them. Settlers called them Ingwithans. Nobody that liked them enough to stop them becoming ruins, tell you that much.
Is it dangerous
Not if
out
you hurry
here?
about your business. And not if the weather holds up.
What kind of weather do they get out here?
This time of year, rain mostly, and wind. But there's a different kind of wind out here time to time. Locals call it a beowick, born out of the ether, the spirit's path. Never seen it myself, never cared to.
What are these huge rocks coming up out of the ground?
They don't got Adra where you come from? Well, it just grows up out of the ground like this. Goes deep like tree roots. Some of it all the way to the heart of the world, you believe the stories. It's more like a shell than a proper rock. Easier to work if you're a mason. Got all kinds of strange properties. Seems to have some kind of life of its own. Dies if it gets dug up. Loses its luster. Folks think it probably grew at one point or another, but not these days. The soul butchers in Defiance Bay use it for different things. I've heard tell it can hold a man's soul, but I don't care to see it. Got enough to worry about without seeing something like that.
I'll go see about those berries then.
Hold on. Take someone with you. I know you're not some helpless tenderfoot, not like most of this lot. But you drop dead, I don't want to be looking for the body. Got a schedule to keep.
He scans over the travellers, resting his eyes at length on a sturdy, armour-clad woman who has spent the journey's night sleeping on uneven ground without blanket or pillow.
Kalisha. Kalisha!
The woman looks up on her own time. She needs to find some springberries. Watch that she doesn't drop dead.
No promises.
What kind of guide says something like that?
Kind you can afford.
Don't listen to her, you're in good hands. And I pay too well, if anything. Off with you. Hayadin should have supplies. See that you're equipped before you head out. We're in harsh country. Get your berries and hurry back. And if you get so much as a tickle of wind, you drop everything and you run. Something in the air tonight. If it's a Beawick, we'll shelter in the ruins. Hut dwellers be damned.
You heard the man. Let's get going before you keel over.
This is your first visit to the world of Eora. You may want to watch these windows to become familiar with the tools and interfaces available to you. And we've got all this down here as well. All our dialogue and activities. Is Barney the wolf?
I'm here.
Where are we going?
I suppose it can't be helped.
Like for bum.
Yo, thanks Gilmore. Exploration is key in Pillars of Eternity as you make your way through the Eastern Reach. Open the area map to see parts of the map you've already been to.
This is recent. Not good.
The footprints around the campfire are indistinct and may have been here for days or longer. Hold down tab, that's right, hold down tab. Dry cap. You have gained an item ingredients dry cap added to the stash. See if we can go down here. This dead body's the corpse is cold to the touch, and a ripe smell wafts from its putrid waves. A dark, rusted bloodstain besmirches its simple linen clothing. What do we got? Minus the tutorial. Not much down here then. Go. Burned lady.
Let's check by those outcroppings.
Pillars of Eternity combat uses a pausable real-time system because you will often manage more than one character at a time. It's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, and resume real-time to see the orders play out. The options menu also contains many choices for automatic pausing when certain conditions are met. Example, start a combat. One of your characters has been engaged in melee. All characters in the game, friend and foe, have 4. I have 4 primary defenses against attacks: deflection, fortitude, reflex, and will. These defenses are based on the character's attributes, level items, and other effects. Accuracy is compared to the appropriate defenses when an attack is made. If accuracy is below the targeted defense, the attack suffers a penalty to the roll and is more likely to result in a miss. If accuracy is above the targeted defense, the attack is more likely to result in a crit. All attacks that do damage have to overcome the target's damage reduction. An enemy's DR reduces the incoming damage by the listed amount down to a minimum percentage. If you are having difficulty hurting an enemy, try switching to a weapon or attack that does a different damage type. Most enemies are strong against 1 or 2 damage types and weak against a similar number.
Absolutely. Yes?
This is it.
Got our berries. As you receive quests, your journal will update with relevant information. If you ever get stuck, open it up to review your notes. I hear you're a pretty good hunter. Don't tell Sparful or he'll run his mouth clear to Gilded Vale trying to convince you how much better he is. I spent a lot of time living on my own in the wilderness. Yeah, how is it you happen to come here? Civilization came and spoiled the land. I wore out my welcome and they ran me off my land. That isn't your business. Lisa shrugs. Suit yourself. Can't very well force you to have a personality, can I? Kalisa breathes in her surroundings. Been a long time since I've been this way, but I always did like it. Lord Raedric's offer makes a girl think. I'll give him that. Oh, I can't bloody read tonight. You here to settle, like the rest of the lot? It's a hard offer to pass up. No, I'm just passing through. I hadn't given it much thought. No harm in that. Might as well see the places first. So you must have some other plan in mind for coming this way. I hope to meet someone and fall in love. Probably the same thing as I did before. Just looking for some adventure, really. Getting into trouble, I expect. I'm going to find some new friends. I have no idea what I'm going to do next. Just looking for some adventure, really. You should hook up with an expedition. Some of the bigger towns send regular groups out to unexplored places. As long as you don't mind a little danger. Anyway, I'm wasting time here. Odema will give me an earful. Let's be on our way. Anyway, why are you here? My sister moved out here some time back. She sent me a letter. She seemed worried, but that's how she always is. This time, though, she asked me to come out, and that's got me a little worried. I haven't seen her in ages. Been doing guide work in Ixamiddle, but I'd do anything for her. She's much better woman than me, so I'm here and we'll see. Odema, I've worked with before. He doesn't usually drive a route this way, but he's doing it for me. Tell me about yourself. I've got simple needs. I like open skies and far horizons. I find work that lets me live that way. My family wanders too. We started in Drywood and my parents ended up in the Living Lands. I've got a brother in Rawatawi and another in Adir. My sister in Gilded Vale. She's the only real homebody. What can you tell me about Drywood? I'm not much for history, but from what I know, it used to be part of the Adir. Broke off after a war some years back. The locals here are feisty and that's how they like it. Alright, let's get back to camp. You know, I wouldn't hold my breath that Sparful's getting your water anytime soon. He does what he feels like, when he feels like it. We should check up on him first, slap him around a little. Stream's just down that way. Come on, let's get you your water. Moment's respite. Find Sparful.
I'd be glad to.
We shouldn't stray too far.
Where's Sparfle? Where are you, Sparfle? Over there.
What a surprise. Sparfle went hunting.
You crouch at the riverbank and dip your water skin into the cool water while Kalisa waits nearby, keeping watch. As you rise, you notice her look up sharply towards the tree line. You have gained an item quest. Full water skin added to stash. Out of the trees emerges Sparkle, one of the guides, barely discernible in the dim moonlight. He no longer carries his bow, and there is a strangeness in his gait, his stride wobbly as he moves toward you with a laboured breath.
Sparfle? Are you alright?
Sparfle's toe catches on a rock and he collapses forward in a heap, the feathered shaft of an arrow planted between his shoulders like an enemy flag. Sparfle, not Sparfle.
Ambush!
Ambush. Scallywags. Alright, so click on the wolf, can attack you. No, X to cancel, that's it. Attack. And you. And
I'm here.
Sometimes a weapon or spell simply isn't well suited to penetrating an enemy's damage reduction. When the attack hits, the DR will wipe out all but a small percentage of the incoming damage. You'll hear your characters complain about it when it happens. Take heed, note the damage type that's being blocked and switch to a weapon or spell that does a different damage type. She hasn't got anything else.
Come on, we have to get back to camp.
3 hours cater.
3 hours, Cater.
Yes?
Get some weapons off him now, I reckon. Bow. And some coins. We always want coins.
I'd be glad to.
Oh, let's come back.
Gotta love setting up your character when it's been an hour since starting LOL.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm here.
Oh, look out, camp's been wiped out too. Game paused. Let's go to her. What's this? Oh, this is automatic, yeah. So we can go for the knockdown. But I got abilities, and then the wolf hasn't got any abilities, but attack.
What you need?
You must camp or return to town. Okay, I can't do that.
What you need?
$5.25. What's she got on? 7 minus 35% recovery speed. Give her a bow as well. +1 damage reduction for 300 seconds. Let's give her the beer.
Yes?
Glenfathan leader, all around you lie the massacred remains of the other travellers, peppered with arrows and knife hilts, splayed and bug-eyed and filthy. Talisa puts the back of her left hand to her mouth as if to ward away some poisonous vapour. A handful of dark figures stands above the fallen, treading on limbs and backs and heads, jerking their axes from bodies as if from half-split logs. One of them, towering and severe with a thick beard tasseled with knots, holds a wet blade at the neck of the man you recognise as Hiodan, the last of your caravan left standing. Lay down your arms, trespasser. Do not forfeit this man's life for a fight you will lose. Why have you done this? Law 1 requirement not met. We have not trespassed, we merely wish to pass through. I do not know what they did, but I didn't have anything to do with it. Murderers, you will pay for each life. You will try and kill us all either way. Why make it easy? Let's go for this one. Your words carry no weight when I have seen the truth with my own eyes. Blood must be paid for this intrusion. So I say again, lay down your arms. Don't trust them. They mean to kill us all. We are innocent in this. We will you not listen to reason? Might 14. Only a fool attacks a weak enemy while the stronger one yet lives. Perception 14. Your courage is a mask. None of you has yet slain a true warrior. Intellect 13. You can kill him, but you might as well be killing yourself. Put down your weapons. Very well, let him go. Stay armed. If I put down my weapons, we're all dead. Let's go for... I got pretty high might. Let's go for that, yeah. The man considers this, looking you up and down. Humph, yet. He shows Hiodan toward you. As he does so, the man rakes his blade against Hiodan's torso. Hiodan screams and stumbles forward, a wide gash in his clothing beginning to bloom crimson. The man sets his feet to engage you, his axe raised high. Hiodan's joined our party. He's injured though. Winding strike.
How can I help?
Stand together!
Glenfathan leader, your enemy lies supine on the ground, unable to rise. His companions now silent among the other dead. His breath comes in wheezing fitful gasps. He looks not at you, but at the sky above you. Forgive us. Barely audible beneath his choked sighs, a whisper of wind stirs in the air. At this, the man's eyes roll back as he closes them. Good, good. The gods are just. A queer smile crosses his face. I am ready. The wind begins to swell, whipping around the camp, electric and volatile, upending pots and rattling tents like an angry spirit. You can feel it begin to seep beneath your skin, and where it pierces you, it feels as though it is rendering you apart from within. Seated against a wagon wheel amidst the howling maelstrom, slashed across chest and bow, Odeema's body stirs, and with great effort he raises his sagging head, his eyes barely open. He looks directly at you.
Get inside! Run!
Straining against the gale that threatens to pull you off of your feet with every step, you set your hands in the worn fields of a weathered rock and set about pulling yourself up to the precipice. With a last burst of energy before your arms give out, you swing yourself up onto the ledge. Theodan trails behind, slowed by injury and delayed by early hesitation. As he nears the face of the rocks, one of the fallen attackers who had been feigning death lunges for Theodan and topples him onto the rocky ground. Restrained, Theodan lashes out against his fatigued assailant but struggles to break his hold. They are close to you. From your position, you would have a good chance at hitting your mark. Fire at the attacker. Oh, dexterity 15, requirement not wet. Allow Theodan to break free on his own. Let's fire at the attacker. Your aim is true, and the hit jars Theodan loose. Lurching to his feet, Theodan clambers up the base of the rocks. As he nears the top, however, the wind flares, pulling him sideways and tearing one of his hands free. But diving out onto the hard rock, you manage to catch hold of it, securing his other hand. You pull with waning strength, and it feels as though your arms will be jerked from their sockets. They hold just long enough for Theodan to set his feet and join you on the trembling ledge. There is a deep resonance to the swelling wind now. You feel it in the rocks beneath your feet and inside the cavity of your own chest, as though it would shake the marrow from your bones. Each new gust menaces the old stone before you, loosening connections, unsettling balances. As you dart beneath the old archway, the entire portal begins to fall beneath its own weight. Ooh, what's happening now?
Was that?
A Buick. Had to be.
Then we're lucky to be alive.
And we're the only ones.
We can't stay here. There could be another collapse. We're not getting out that way anyway. Let's get further inside. Can you walk?
Theodan's jaw tightens. He nods.
I'm here.
Lower level of the ruins has been blocked off by fallen rubble.
I'd be glad to.
That should be far enough. But what now?
We look for another way out. Storm has to die sometime.
What happened out there? Talisa shakes her head. Windstorm, of a kind I only get in Ea Glenfarth. Not too many people live through them, so it's hard to know what's true. The Glenfathan word is Biowak. To them, it's the gods' way of reaping the souls of the land that couldn't find their own way out, but they'll take a living soul as soon as a dead one. Still got yours. Who attacked us? Glenfathans. Those would be the hut dwellers Odema warned you about. Look to be fangs of Galawain. Or the twitchiest of the lot. Who are the twitchiest of the lot? They go ruin to ruin looking for fights with colonists. Poor Odema. I think he half expected this once we lost the main road. Glenfathan said we trespassed in the ruins. I don't believe that. Odema would never allow it. But as much as the fangs are hotheads, Glenfathans don't attack without being provoked. Either they saw something and got the wrong idea, or she glances down the passage beyond. Or there's looters in here with us. That's not something we need right now. What about everyone else in our caravan? Elisa's lips press together and her chin rumples. Her voice is faint. The wheels got hold of them now. She looks up. Gods grant them better luck in their next lives. You don't seem too upset about all of this. Elisa looks you in the eye, a volatile current running beneath her voice. Maybe you just don't know me enough to know what upset looks like. And maybe I've seen worse too. Seen worse and kept on walking because there's nothing else to be done and because there's other people you care about who still need you. Alright then, let's get going. Theodan takes a step forward and his knee buckles, and before anyone can catch him he stumbles to the ground, his cheek striking the time-worn cobbles. On unsteady legs he claws his way up the wall and back to his feet, but his stance is shaky, like a sailor walking on land after a time at sea.
Could we maybe stay here and rest a few hours? I've lost some blood. Seems quiet off to the left. Might be a place to rest there.
You've discovered some camping supplies. You can use these to rest in the wilderness or dungeons, fully restoring all of your character's abilities and health. Easy difficulty allows you to carry more camping supplies, but hard restricts them severely. If you fully run out of camping supplies, try to find an inn. Most have cheap rooms available. Nice.
I hate to say this, but we can't afford to stay put. Those Glonfathens were riled about something. Could be we got company in here. Looters will be armed and ready to kill, and there's probably a lot of them. We can't be caught sleeping in their beds.
Please, I just need to lie down for a while. Then we can move as fast as you want.
Maybe you didn't hear me. We are gonna die in here if we don't get moving and get this place figured out before the looters come back. We've either got to find the exit or a damn good place to hide.
We've got to take the risk and let him rest. We need all three of us at full strength. Lisa's right, we have to press on. We don't know what we're up against. Let him rest, he's hurt.
This will be the end of us. No offense, but there's people out there I'd much rather die for.
Yeah, I know your sister. We'll get to her.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right now, we've got to get through this. Ruins of what? Silant-Lis. So we need to camp. Camping allows your party members to restore lost health and receive a camping bonus. Camping will consume a camping supply. We've got 6. Okay, let's rest. Damage reduction, movement speed, skill multiplier. Go for. I get movement for her? No, alright. And he Dan gets nothing. Rest. Here Dan stretches as he wakes, gingerly probing the gash across his stomach. The flesh has begun to knit together. Jesus, he's lucky.
By the gods, that's better. I think I'm ready to find a way out.
He sits up quickly and looks around the chamber. She really did leave us. She won't get far unless... He crawls to his knees and begins rummaging through the equipment with mounting desperation. We have lost an item. Full water skin.
Damn her. She took all our water.
If we hurry, maybe we can catch her. Quick save. What do we got here? A trembling, sickly creature emerges from the dark, clutching a spear. Knobbly elbows and thin ribs show through its scaly flesh, but you recognize it as a Zorup. It watches you cautiously, breathing in ragged sighs. Raise your arms and stand still. It's got a spear. Creature cocks its head and approaches you. A soft clicking sound emerges from the back of its throat. The creature sniffs around you and finds nothing of interest. It steps back and resumes its defensive posture. It's okay, I won't hurt you. The Zorup recoils, fingers still wrapped tightly around its spear. The creature cocks its head and approaches you, a soft clicking sound emanating from the back of its throat. I'll tear you to pieces, lizard.
Waving hands sign.
Yo, what's going on, Aussie woman? The Zorup's eyes narrow as it hisses at you. It lunges, raising the spear.
Yes?
How can
Hey Aussie.
I'm here.
What's Barney doing? What are you doing, mate? You should be in
Hey
your bed.
Boulder, not much, just laying here watching you.
Oh, nice one.
Hi Aussie women, how are you?
I've got a crossbow. Engwethan Relief Gem. Right click for details. It's gone into.
Hey bird.
Torch and a tattered journal. This small folio is torn in several places and blood has soaked into several of the sheets.
Yet I'm good speaking my mind.
One later entry
How
is
about
still
you?
legible, however. I can't believe my luck. Few rounds of dice and I've got my hands on a genuine Engwethan artifact. The fellow who had it said it was pretty nothing. As far as he's concerned, he's not willing to go digging in some ruins, but if he's right about this gem leading to a hidden treasure, then that's worth sneaking past a few painted elves. We'll head to Silantlis in the morning, and it's just a matter of finding this relief he was talking about. So there's must be something down here then, eh? Yeah, we'll take that. We'll take that. Oh, what's this thing? School to Whelp. We don't know anything about it. Tory, let's give him a bow.
I'm good.
Oh, we can't change in combat. Okay, alright. What about the character sheet? Inventory.
Thumbs up, son.
Right, we can't do it that way, we'll just attack. Little bloodshot.
Yes. I'm here. Absolutely.
Take a look at the wall. Think we could get through?
A crack runs along this wall from floor to ceiling. A light gust of air passes through it. Push on the wall. Despite the damage, the stone looks heavy and solid. Push on it yourself. Push on the wall with all your might, but it does not give. One of your characters has become fatigued. Fatigue represents the physical and physiological wear and tear of demanding activity on a character. It is most commonly received as an injury when a character is knocked out, but some scripted interactions will also result in fatigue if they are especially grueling. Fatigue goes through multiple stages, initially inflicting minor penalties but growing in severity over time. Resting is the easiest way to remove the effects of fatigue, though some consumables can also remove fatigue. Continue. Leave. Got an axe, a hatchet. Alright, so I want to give him a bow. I like that. Oh no, what are we doing? Crossbow. So we've run out of camping supplies, have we?
Look at the tiles. What are those symbols?
Yes?
Oh. Dead.
I'm here.
Did that not kill me? Looks like it did a lot of damage. She didn't make it, she died. Okay.
At once. I'm here.
Inventory. Got some Get out of the way. Torch. 7. What's the armor we got on? 4. New armor. You can have that. What's the armor he's got? 6. 5. 5. 6. You can enchant stuff as well, that's right. Dawn's Pledge. That on, what does that do? This tiny titanic pig has an otherworldly appearance that seems to be at odds with its enduring behaviour. It follows you dutifully and requires nothing in return. Save companionship. There we go. Put that in there. Potion of minor regeneration. I think he needs it, doesn't he? Where is his health? 138. It's mine 150. Plus 38 endurance over 12 seconds. I think we're alright for now, but we did take a bit of damage off that.
At once.
I've got the little pig now, that's cool.
That roundish symbol. I'm pretty sure I saw it on one of the tiles back there.
A symbol of a patterned circle is inscribed on this pillar. An unlit brazier sits at its base. It could be lit if you had the means. Fire godlike. Requirement not met. Leave. What about if I go this? That in there.
Yes.
What about if we use torch to light the brazier? Flames kindle swiftly in the brazier, winding their way upward.
At once. I'm here.
This mural must be ancient, yet the colours are still bright and vivid. It shows a procession of Nguethans from all the Kith races, Amoa, Elf, Orlan, Dwarf and Human. They walk among the pillars similar to the ones that span this chamber, each one topped with a flame.
I'm here.
Lesser black ooze.
Yes. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
I'm gonna crash. Have a good night, everyone.
No worries, speaking my mind. Have a good one. Sleep well. I've got a two-handed poleaxe. What does that do? 1622 slash and crush. Compared to that one, which is 16 to 22.
Later speaking, have a good one.
1217 slash
Good night.
damage, so let's put in there and then we'll give that to him. So it's
Certainly.
What's that muck on the wall?
Viscous and oily, this muck clings to anything it touches. A viscous slick of something dark and tar-like runs down this wall. The shapes and bulges in the ooze suggest that something lies beneath it, but you can't tell what. Use your water skin to clear off the ooze. You rinse the ooze away, revealing an intricate relief of a man's face. The sunburst surrounding it has chipped away in places, but the details of his head, from the tight curls of hair to the ridges of his pointed ears, still showcase remarkable craftsmanship. One eye socket is empty, a gem fills the other. You have lost an item. Full water skin. Place the gem in the eye sockets. The chamber begins to rumble, stray rocks dancing across the tile floor. Finally, a large section of the wall gives way.
I'm here. I'm here.
Stop!
I'm here.
Minor cloak of protection. Amethyst and Adra. Well, I can even change colour at any time, that's cool.
I'm here.
Do you feel that? There's a draft coming through that wall. I don't hear any sign of that storm either.
Yes? At once.
Bats as large as chickens are strung to the web. Rapier, one-handed, fast. Into 14. And a bloodstone. Into 14. That does the same, doesn't it? I think there was another door in there we could have gone in. Should have gone. Let's just go back in there quickly. Oops. Go down here.
Yes? Yes?
Actually, no, we'll give him the helmet. So he goes, he's going into combat. We're an archer, we don't need to We don't need the helmet. This. Older robed man. 4 figures stand before an otherworldly apparatus, an ancient structure of chiseled adra and metallic veins, ominous and looming with a silent observer. Standing motionless in their midst is what appears to be a human body, colourless as stone or ash. The other figures gaze upon it in what might be contemplation. From your vantage point, you are well obscured from their view. The figure closest to the machine stands out among them. A thick grey beard frames a face otherwise hidden beneath a metallic mask. His faded robes are embroidered with a runic language unlike anything you have ever seen, and he wears a strange black headdress with two protrusions that jut out like the wings of some malevolent creature.
Oathbinder, bear witness, and see this man has kept his word true to his last breath, full to his blood's last drop. Guide his soul, queen that was, and regard it among your favored. Let his life by the key be his confession. Let his death by the key be his absolution. May he walk the world ever free of the crushing weight of the book. Your brother has done his part, and you have seen the power of his contribution. I will accept no further hesitation from the rest of you. In the sight of the queen that was, will you fulfill the oath? Will you take your place beside your brother in the endless esteem of her memory that is without flaw? Step forth, and be assured of the great worth of your life's course.
For an instant, the apparatus goes quiet and the air is still. Then all at once, it erupts with a concussive surge. Light floods your vision and you are knocked to the ground. Your head snaps back as you land and pain wells into the back of your skull, washing your last thoughts away into the black unconscious void. You open your eyes to a different place, another time. You stand in a circular room, grand and domed, its walls lined with adra and trimmed with copper. The style is ancient, but the chamber is unweathered. At the far end, a great pillar of adra pierces the floor from below, its shimmering texture giving the illusion of boundless depth. Encircling the pillar is an apparatus much like the one you have just seen, but immense and multifaceted and intertwined. Your thoughts are yours and not yours. They seem to exist before you think them, and they are all questions, pressing questions, troubling questions, questions that must be answered, or... At the base of the pillar now, you see a man with a thick grey beard in ceremonial robe, crowned with a strange ornamental headdress. You know this man. You are walking toward him now, at a pace that is hurried, while trying not to appear so. You have something you want to ask him, one question above all, and the question spins madly in your mind. You awaken to find your malaise has broken, only to be replaced with something far more concerning. Faint whispers are audible at the edge of your hearing.
Like button smashed. Hope you're good, Boulder, Barney, and Bird.
Hey, thanks, Viper. Like a ringing in your ears that does not subside. Movement flits through your periphery, but when you turn to look, you can see no sign of whatever it was. You find your gaze regularly darting this way and that, an involuntary paranoid tick. If this is sickness, it may be dangerous to go without treatment for long. The figures of the machine stand frozen in place, flesh and blood replaced by cinders and ash. The man who led them there is nowhere to be seen. You find Hiodan a short distance away in a shallow lake of his own blood. His body does not stir. You are alone and far from help. Gilded Veil may be your best hope of receiving treatment before things get worse. Here, Dan is dead. Your character has earned enough experience to advance a level. Click the icon on the portrait to level them up. We get 6 points to spend. Nice. Go for one law.
I'm doing good, just woke up from a nap.
Unused points will carry over to the next level. We can only we've got talents can be used to customize your character beyond your class ability choices. Some talents modify existing abilities, but others add new abilities of their own. A subset of talents are class specific, but most can be taken by characters of any class. I'm not going to go and read through all of these because it looks like there's going to be a few of them. Go for class. Let's go for Vicious Companion. Done. Level 2 Ranger. After leveling a character up, you may want to review their statistics. Open the character sheet to see their attributes, skills, abilities, and talents in greater detail. "7 hours in the party." might. Active effects. Fatigue. We still got fatigue. We're gonna have to rest. Barney the wolf.
I'm here.
Has he got anything? Looks like he's still shiny. This massive structure is formed of stone, adra and copper and covered in strange glyphs. The air around it vibrates with an unusual energy. We can't. There's a road down there. Look in the. It'll be under rolls. Rotate the camera, or is it just fixed? Pan the camera. Rolls. That one. Oh, it just moves it. Maybe we can't take the road south yet. Alright, I'll go back up here. That's where we came in, I think. Let's go down here. Went over there. Yeah, see, I couldn't get all the crap off bloody here, Dan. That's a bit of a shit. What is our quest? Seek help for your condition. Pretty sure to take the road south. What's this?
Not a sound. I'm here. Yes?
Use the hammer and chisel to weaken the wall. You set to work, the cracks lengthen and widen with your efforts, but the process is more taxing than you expected. Sweat beads your forehead and your muscles begin to ache. After several long moments, you begin to see light on the other side. With one final tap, several blocks of stone shift and tumble loose, clearing a gap just wide enough to pass through. You have lost an item, hammer and chisel. Leads back through that way, but I'm pretty sure we need to go down the south road. We can't get back out that way down there.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
There we go. Now I can take his stuff.
I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here.
How do we get out of here?
Yes?
I don't know how to get out of it. It's the only way out of these caverns that I can see. Oh.
I'm here. At once.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Across the gilded veil. Alright, we got out of there, thankfully. But I'm actually going to go and have a quick little 5-minute break. What's the doggo sitting behind me? Yeah, go and have a quick little break. So if you guys need to grab a drink or go to the toilet, now is the time. And I'll be back in a few minutes. Right, don't go anywhere.
I woke up again at 5 a.m. Can't get you off my mind. Can't figure out who I am if I can't call you mine. These four walls come caving in. I can't get no rest. Outside, breathing in your last cigarette. I would've followed you down, baby. Followed you down, down, down. How many been in your bed lately? You really make your way around. You say you lay with me forever, but I'm alone when you're not around. With another round. I'm just trying to make last call. If I'm too drunk, I can't call. And ask why you left me for someone else. I'm just trying to make last call. Get drunk while you fall. into love with someone else.
Alrighty, I'm back. Hope you guys are enjoying Pillars of Eternity. I'm enjoying playing it. It's a bit dialogue heavy, I know. I apologise about that, but it is a good game.
WB.
Thank you, bird. Oh, where's that gone?
Someone else, I've been sad before, but not like this. 'Cause I had it bad for you since our first kiss.
Oh, save the game while we're waiting. Alright, let's get back into it. So where are we now? We are on our way to the Gilded Vale. Camping supplies. Here we go, so we can put some stuff. Hang on to them, what are they? Lockpicks. Shattered pieces of a crate are strewn across the dirt along with a few muddy vegetables. Found a cave. Okay, that gives us endurance. Oh, let's get rid of this.
I'm here. Yes. I'm here. I'd be glad to.
Lost spirit. A figure drifts suspended in the musty air of the cavern. Its form and features blur and twist in cascading ripples of incandescence. You feel its energy eddying about your limbs, filling them with a heavy chill. Reach out. Touch it. You reach out a hand for the spirit. In the moment of contact, you feel as if you have been struck a blow, head reeling as you tremble helplessly into a waiting darkness. Light blooms at the edges of your vision. You feel the sun at your back and the weight of a bow in your hand. You know suddenly that you have come a long way from the vale, hunting deer. Now you are standing before a cavern and the darkness extends far into its depths. Even so, your friend strides out before you, his red cloak flapping at his heels. You follow, heart hammering in your chest, as he leads you deeper into the cavern. There is a roar like thunder, echoing around you. Fear seizes you, casts you stumbling back towards the exit, towards light and escape. You see a glint of steel, and there is a sudden, terrible flash of agony behind your knee. You scream, stumble, and fall. Your thoughts are chaos, lanced through with pain, but in a moment of terrible clarity, you see your friend look back from the mouth of the cavern, his dagger daubed in crimson to match his cloak. And then there is a great, dark shape above you, and then there is more pain. The vision recedes, and you are thrown back into yourself with seemingly resentful force. The corpse lies at your feet, and the spectre lingers. In the span of an energy between you both, you feel a sense of questioning, of confusion, of anger. I will find the man who did this to you, and see him brought to justice. You were betrayed. Only a fool couldn't see it coming. You're dead, spirit. There's nothing for you here. I'll find the man. For a moment, the spirit seems to burn bright, and your head fills with a sickly triumph. The spirit seems to weaken with the force of its own exaltation, growing fainter and fainter until you are alone once more. Vengeance from the grave. Mice crawl through eye sockets and over femurs. In the depths of the Vilewood Cavern, I happened upon a large bear feasting upon the body of a man who, by the look of things, had recently stumbled upon his den himself. When I approached the body, I had a sudden vision of the man's final moments, and knew him for a hunter from Gilded Vale. In the vision, he was led into the cave by a friend of his. When the bear attacked, his fellow hunter hamstrung him and fled, leaving him to be devoured. Culprit's only recognisable feature was his red cloak.
I'm here. I'm here. Absolutely.
The grass is flattened behind the wagon's wheels. Barrels of cabbages, potatoes, and squash have been overturned and abandoned. My dear Naughton, please be safe. Know that whatever happens, I love you still. Northwest to Gieran's Grasp, south to Gilded Vale.
Yes?
These aged walls appear to have once encircled this entire glade. Only a small fragment remains and the stairs leading to the top of the structure have crumbled away. Examine the wall more closely. The heavy bricks are slick with moss, presenting a hindrance to climbing, but stones themselves seem sturdy enough. Given the right tools, one might easily reach the top. We'll try and scale it. You find a handhold upon one of the large stones and start to pull yourself up, but the uneven bricks and odd angle of ascent make the climb difficult, and after a short distance your arms begin to burn too fiercely. You are forced to drop back down to the ground. Need a rope.
Absolutely. I'm here.
Bandit, bandit. Tenfirth, the young dwarf tending to the stew, looks up, startled as he sees you approach. He drops his ladle, spattering stew across the ground. What? This bandit turns. Get her, you dogs, and make sure our new cook don't run off. Tenfirth, help, please help me. Ah! One of the bandits gives Tenfirth a kick as they pass him and he huddles. That one. And the Barney can attack him. And then I will attack you.
Yes?
Stand together! Ah!
Yes?
Hail and well met.
By the flame, thank you, thank you, thank you. I thought I'd be stuck cooking for these ignorant weasels for the rest of my life, or until they were bored with me, I suppose. I must get back home. I only hope they haven't hired a replacement. The dwarf looks aghast. Listen, next time you're in Gilded Vale, stop by the Black Hound Inn. I'll let Pasca know just what you've done for me, and I'm sure she'll do right by you in turn. Oh, to be back at my own oven again. You have earned a reputation. Reputation can be held with communities or factions in the Eastern Reach and will affect how members of that group respond to you. In some cases, friends or enemies for those groups will also react to your affiliations. Helping a group will increase your positive reputation with that group. Harming a group will increase your negative reputation. It is possible to have a mix of positive and negative reputation with a group if you help and harm them in equal measure. Tent is empty but for a pair of stained cots and the stink of unwashed bodies.
I'd be glad to.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
You must be one of the new settlers. Welcome to Gilded Vale. You'll be pleased to know that we've had some recent vacancies here.
Do you welcome everyone this way? No, I feel at home already. The only answer you hear is the buzzing of flies from the tree.
Of course, we'll need to make some inquiries first. The inestimable Lord Radric VII has taken great pains to insulate our town from Widewind's legacy. Have you ever conceived a hollow-born child?
No.
Are you absolutely certain? Lord Raderick has made it his first priority to eliminate this scourge from our village. I should warn you, stranger. Here in Gilded Vale, we have a special place for dissidents, charlatans, and those who would hide a curse in our midst.
He steps to the side and inclines his head over so slightly toward the deformed tree.
His lordship's wife is with child and due any day now. Without his approval, I shan't be able to find you a permanent settlement. It will have to wait until after the birth. We can continue our interview then, after the bell tolls from Radric's hold to signal my lord's new heir. In the meantime, you can find temporary accommodations at the inn just southwest of here.
I've been feeling strange ever since a close call with a bivouac. Is there someone in town who could help me?
Whatever your problem, it sounds like a matter for an animancer. However, the only animancer in Gilded Vale isn't in any condition to speak. Consider yourself fortunate. After she failed Lord Radric, we saw to it that she wouldn't profit from the misplaced trust of others. A bad cure is often worse than none at all. But if you're set on finding a bottle of troll piss or a dead Audra pebble to rub on your forehead, you're welcome to check her pockets. A little corpse stink is nothing when you're digging for shit. My advice, however, is to be satisfied that you escaped and leave it at that.
If you have any other questions, don't hesitate to ask. It's important that everyone in Gilded Vale understand our rules. Said something about Hollowborn and Wadewin's legacy before. He blinks. I forgot that you foreigners do not have this curse in your homelands. The Hollowborn have been a scourge upon the drywood for almost 15 years now. He lowers his voice to a whisper. Children born without souls. He shakes his head. Pitiful dumb things that breathe, barely, but do not truly live. Some say the Hollowborn are a disease. Some say they are a punishment from the gods. He raises his empty hands. In truth, no one knows, but they began spreading after the Saints' War, and so the name, Wadewin's legacy, stuck in honour of that foul, blasphemous pretender. His voice shakes with vitriol. I see. Lord Radric's decrees may seem strict at times, but he has our best interest at heart. He nods. Before I got here, I saw several people conducting a strange ceremony near some ruins. He regards you carefully. You want to mind where you mention that trespassing on Angwethan ruins is illegal, not to mention dangerous. You probably saw someone attempting some new ritual to appease the gods. People will try anything these days. Wrath have mercy, we certainly have. Maybe so. I don't think so. Just as they finished, there was a bivouac. He polishes his spectacles on his sleeve. If you'd been that close to a bivouac, you wouldn't be standing here. Goodbye.
Keep out of...
Keep out of...
Listen!
2 tolls. Let that be the last.
3. Gods have mercy.
It seems your arrival is ill-timed. 3 bells toll only for the death of a Radric. I fear Lord Radric's heir is lost, or else Hollowborn, and so lost all the same. You should tread carefully. Circumstances have changed a great deal.
Don't threaten me, little man. Does this affect the Lord's offer to new settlers? I can be sure of nothing right now. I advise you to get some rest. The inn, or a stable for all I care. Find me afterwards. I will know more soon enough. What do you mean? You come to us at a time of mourning. The legacy has struck at the heart of Gilded Vale. Our efforts to redeem ourselves in the eyes of Barath must be redoubled. He sets a steady gaze on you. Don't threaten me, little man. He shakes his head unmoved. It is no threat, only a warning. Lord Radric will tolerate no threats to his kin, or those who live upon his lands. Grief will not make him more docile. What happened? He shrugs one bony shoulder. I will know more details when the messengers arrive. The vagaries of childbirth perhaps, but that is not your concern. Ooh. Visions and whispers. Ergot Sellsword Archer. Ergot wears a twisted frown. I'm afraid I still can't help you find residence here. Lord Radric's son was deemed a Hollowborn. This makes circumstances even more fraught than before. I'd like to know more about Gilded Vale. We're a frontier village. As are most settlements in the Drywood, Gilded Vale hasn't grown much since its establishment in the colonial days. The last 15 years have seen our population shrink further. He takes in the ramshackle houses and half-fallen fences, hence our recruitment of fresh settlers. Why has Gilded Vale's population been shrinking? Waidwin's legacy, of course. Many women have had difficulty bearing healthy children of late. A few years ago, Lord Radric decreed that no mothers of Hollowborn are to be allowed in Gilded Vale. His mouth tightens into a firm line. His lordship dealt swiftly with the objectors. It may be harsh, but if it purges us of this curse, it is not worth it. Tell me about the ruins behind the tree. That's what's left of the temple of Eothas. His lips pucker. Lord Radric forbade worship of the dead god after the Saints' War. It's been abandoned for almost 15 years, but there are plans to rededicate it to Barath, the god of life and death. Enough about Gilded Vale. You'll get to know the town well enough as you explore, I'm sure. Goodbye. Find out about Lord Radric in a bit. I just quickly need to do something. One sec here. I'll just bring up Doggo scene for a second. While I do this, I should have done it earlier. I forgot all about it, but I just noticed that we oh, it doesn't want to do it on that one. Should just make it a bit gameplay a bit smoother. Right, so when we talk to Sellsword? Sellsword? Oh, game's paused, of course. Keep out of trouble. Move along. Scattered between the roots and bracelets of twine and beds, wilting flowers and notes half erased by the rains.
I'm here.
Yo.
Yo, what's going on, Hack? Feels like we've been seeing more bandits along the roads of late. Been thinking about joining family over in Dryford. They have it far better than us. Feels like we've been seeing more bandits on the road lately. They're going to say the same thing. Butler's
Yes?
Arrow. Who's this? Il Phalion. As you near, you feel a vibrant history contained in the essence of this man's soul. Voices from its past seem to call out to you. Reach out for the soul. You see a pennant waving tall and sluggish in the wind, a rising sun embroidered on the banner, the vanguard of a small troop of paladins. The atmosphere is buoyant, if restrained, and their armour has not yet been tarnished by the elements. This expedition is fresh, young, filled with zest and zeal. At their head stands a commander, awkward in full armour but determined in step. Despite the excitement of his fellows, he does not smile. There's a twist to his mouth, his countenance grim. He throws up a hand, halting his troops. Silence falls among them, revealing a dark thunder, deep and low. He orders them to ready their weapons and spread out. Eyes dart from horizon to horizon, necks twisting to see the source of the sound. In the distance, dust and lightning rise from the ground. As Stygian clouds race towards them overhead, the soldiers stand only to staccato movement of their breath betraying their nerves. Commander closes his eyes, calling a blessing down on his troops. Invigorated, invincible, they wait as the enemy draws closer, poised to attack. Step back. This temple used to be closed up. I used to climb up on the big stones. What have we got? This looks like an inn. More villagers. Crops are blighted, the legacy is upon us. This place is cursed. Black Hammer Smithery. Alright, Smithery. No inn. An account of Tutanu's sales. The pages are nearly empty. Oh, poor Tutanu. This Almawa man is of an impressive build, towering above the countertop. His skin is the dusky blue of the deeper oceans, and his thick arms boast corded muscle. Small ears frame a square-jawed face coated in smeared soot and arcing black tattoos alike. He offers you a broad smile as you approach. Welcome, you're the first new face I've seen in quite some time. What can I do for you? What do you have here? You come to us at a strange time, I'm afraid. The stock's not what it used to be, but we find weapons and armour to offer you. All forged right here at the Black Hammer. Show me what you have for sale. Of course, you won't find finer anywhere else. How much have we got? Stores allow you to trade and sell your items for copper pieces or items in the store's inventory. Merchants buy items from you at a greatly reduced price. If you sell something, you may see it appear in the store's inventory with a much higher cost. Stores periodically refresh their inventories. Oh, it's much like real life when you sell shit. Oh, so you can retrain a character. Okay. Got 194 copper pieces. This. Party inventory. Yeah, party inventory. And it's our stash. So, let's get rid of a few things that we don't need. I'll keep a few things because we may get some more party members at some stage. Uh, 294 minor ring of deflection, ring of protection, blunting belt, cape of withdrawal. Dog's having a dream. I just think I heard him whimper. That's about it. Oh, did we end up trading?
Hail, traveler.
We did. Yeah, we did. Oh, I'll get rid of one more of them. I'll actually keep one of them, just in case. The bellows sigh into the furnace and the coals burn brighter still. Sorry, I have to keep at this for Tatanu's. Gonna have my hide on the rack next. God. What happens if we click on that? Get out of my shop. What's this? Daily affirmations of focus and efficiency. All errors can be reforged into lessons. Abidin rebuilt himself from the ruin. No setback. Oh, I can take things without getting in trouble. Cool. Oh, that one, not so much those ones though. Lord Roderick himself looks to this smithy for supplies. Dented and dull, these swords look ready for the forge. We can't look into them because we'll get in trouble for looking into them by the looks of it. Have a look at our map. What do we got? Blackhammer Smithy, road east. Ingrid's house, windmill, road south. Hayloft. Go over here. Pretty sure he becomes a party member. There he is. Alos, you see 4 people gathered by the door to the inn. Their raised voices and chopping gestures suggest an argument reaching its climax. The first figure raises his hand for calm. His face is partially obscured by a hood, but his height and stature suggest an elf.
I meant no offense. Let's put this matter to rest over a round, shall we? My treat.
Hoping to soothe our pride with a few Adira coppers, eh? We don't need your coin.
What's going on? Angry townsman. One of the other men points at the hooded elf. His eyes are red from drink, but his gaze is focused, mocking us even while he shelters in our village. Just goes to show you what these fancy Adir manners are worth. We don't take to that kind of treatment, not from foreigners, and especially not from Adirans.
Go on, say it again. I'm itching for an excuse.
Fie, you're itching for the kindling touch of your sister, you cocksfeather!
I'll cut that barrel-licking tongue out of your head.
This is a misunderstanding. I didn't say whatever it is you think I said. We've nigh quarrel.
We've nigh quarrel.
That's where you're wrong.
I don't think attacking him is such a good idea. Back down, all of you. This is absurd. This is unnecessary. Wouldn't you rather be inside drinking than out here arguing? You're not going to take that from him, are you? I'm staying out of this one. We don't want your charity either, foreigner. Angry townsman. They squint at you through red, bleary eyes. It sounds suspiciously like you're defending him. Oh shit, okay. Can we... I don't think we can... We're gonna have dead townsmen on our hands. Wasn't me. Actually, I'm going to cast that on myself.
Yes. I'm here.
As the last of the attackers falls, the elf turns to you, the tension almost gone from his smooth face.
Not quite how I hoped to get to know the neighbors. Thank you for your timely assistance with that awkward situation.
I'm glad I could help you, actually. That was fun. You mean for slaughtering them? You're welcome. Glad I could help.
Courtesy is a rare pleasure in these parts, though your accent suggests that you are no more local than I.
That's right, mate, from Australia. He straightens his hood, and you note the remains of fraying embroidery on his gloves. His boots are caked with the dirt of many months' travel, but the leatherwork beneath it is sturdy and fine.
Well, I suppose introductions are in order after that little fiasco. Aloth Corvisor, at your service.
Tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm a wizard by training, and an adventurer by necessity. I was born in the Seathwood, part of the mainland of the Adir Empire, and both of my parents served the nobility, which afforded me an education for which I'm grateful. However, there were no open positions in those houses, and so I decided to seek new means in a new land. And how exactly did you come to be here?
I was travelling with a caravan, but we were separated near some ruins.
In Gwithan ruins? Oh, those can be dangerous places during the best of times, which these are not. And half the locals would arrest you for trespassing, and the rest would kill you outright. I'm curious. What exactly did you find there?
Several hooded figures operating a strange machine. Aloth goggles at you silently, apparently assessing your earnestness. Finally, he gives you a clipped, awkward laugh.
You do manage to find yourself in rather interesting predicaments.
What are you doing in Gilded Vale?
An excellent question. I came looking for fresh air and cheap land. Instead, the magistrate gave me directions to the inn and a story about the local lord's expectant wife. But I take it that's a familiar tale.
And you? Like you said, I'm also a settler. I've been experiencing strange things of late. I'm looking for an expert on souls.
Indeed. The local lord has searched far and wide for similar specialists. And he has rid himself of them almost as desperately.
He nods at the gnarled old tree in the centre of town. His darting glance takes in the tumble-down buildings and the fallow, rock-strewn fields. I expect that such expertise would be best sought elsewhere. Just how did you manage to cross those three drunks?
I'm afraid that was a matter of misunderstandings and mistranslations. It doesn't help that people in these parts remember their war with Adir like it was yesterday.
You did tell that one man to go fuck his sister. Ah, that. He clears his throat and adjusts his sleeves. As I tried to tell them, they misheard me, perhaps all too easily after a few pints, and the accent doesn't help. I heard the same thing. For just a moment, he looks as if he's about to say something else. His expression brightens with mischief, but before he can speak, he forces a tight smile, biting his lip so hard you expect to see blood. Finally, his face relaxes and he shakes his head. I should speak more clearly next time. My apologies. You don't exactly look like a settler.
Begging your pardon, but neither do you. Yet, circumstances can find a person in the strangest of places.
Alrighty, should get going.
As should I, given recent events. It's just as well. I've had enough of the watered wine and lumpy beds at the inn. They say even the owner tired of the place. Just up and left one day. It explains quite a lot about the upkeep. Perhaps I could join you. I could use a change of scenery, and I find it's better to travel in numbers.
So do I. Let's go then.
Excellent. I shall follow you.
What have we got? Club. Okay, we'll just take all that. Get out of the. Okay.
Yes?
Aloth looks at you with quiet attentiveness. How may I be of service? Tell me about Adir. I've been gone for more than a year now, but I suspect I'll always think of the forests and fields of Adir as home. We've thousands of years of history and tradition behind us, and there's a sense of dignity and responsibility that comes with that. Of course, there's baggage as well. Our imperial past is still fresh in the minds of many, as you may have noticed here. Has it been difficult to adjust to the drywood? People here are informal, hot-blooded, his mouth twists into a wry smirk. More attentive to insult than to duty, but as long as one avoids provocation, it's easy enough to get along. He steeples his fingers. I've gotten accustomed enough to keeping my thoughts to myself anyway. So how long were you in Gilded Vale? He shrugs, fidgeting with the hem of his sleeve. Not much longer than you. As you saw, it was hardly the haven that had been advertised. Any thoughts on what I should do next? Well, you're in charge here, and as far as I'm concerned, any place is better than Gilded Vale. That's all. Anything we can pick up? Have a look. Have a look through the window. Windows are clouded with the haze of accumulated smoke and cooking grease. Blackhound Inn.
I'm here.
Floorboards are sticky with spills that no one has bothered to clean. I like it. Good to see new faces around. Feels like the village gets smaller by the day. Wish we had some minstrels here. Pasca. Oh, it was the dwarf, wasn't it? Yeah. That says some kind of brown slop is congealing in these dishes. It smells burnt. Talk to Pasca.
Gods keep you.
Hello and welcome to the innkeeper looks up. Oh, it's you. Tenfirth told us what you did for him. It's such a relief to have him back. I can't thank you enough. Consider yourself a favourite of the house. Discounts on drinks, rooms. Tenfirth said he wanted to whip up something nice for you. He's already back to work in the kitchens, she laughs. So, what would you like? I'd like a room, please. Certainly. You're always welcome. Party gained 1,192 experience. Total quest experience 1,192. Labourer's rest. The common room. Lasts for 2 rests, 1 perception, 1 mechanic. Lasts for 2 rests. Allow characters to rest without using camping supplies. Cheap rooms are usually available, but if you have copper to spend, you may consider the more expensive options. The bonuses they provide last for a long time and affect the entire party. Let's... we can recruit people as well. Let's hire a level 1 adventurer for 250 copper. Respec the character and party management. No companions available to hire. Rest in Labour's rest for 83 copper? Yeah. Your sleep is restless and fevered, assaulted by hisses and whispers, blanketed with a suffocating anxiety. You open your eyes to awaken and find yourself in front of Gilded Vale's gallows tree, the creaking of its ropes growing louder in your mind until the sound is deafening. Hanging from the tree is an old dwarf woman whose face has shriveled inward like mouldering fruit. Her head hangs limply to one side. As you look at her, she looms larger and larger in your mind until she is mere inches from your face. Suddenly, her head snaps up and her eyes open, and they are empty, and behind them is a vast nothingness that makes your stomach drop. Her mouth slowly parts, and with a gust of rancid air she speaks a word. Watcha! You jolt awake, the foul smell of the dwarf woman's breath still permeating your nostrils. Sweat runs down your face in thick droplets, and your skin is soaked from head to toe. You remember the woman, you remember seeing her decaying face when you spoke with the magistrate. He called her an animancer. Though it fills you with a new, queasy apprehension, you feel a strange compulsion to see this woman once more. It's only to confirm she is truly dead. Party gained 464 experience.
Thank you for following MADDX0.
Hey, thank you for the follow. Oh, sorry, I just smacked me bloody mic boom there. Yeah, thank you, Maddox. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a good day. Yeah, we're playing some Pillars of Eternity.
Hey man, laughing face.
Oh, right, so it's 10 first. Let's go and see what he's got to say for himself. Come here, 10 first. Where's our party?
How's the game treating you?
Yeah, it's good. We're only a couple hours in so far. It's a bit of a slow start
Enjoying
to this
the
one.
Pillars?
Yeah, I am. I really love this game. I've played it once before. It's the first time on stream that I've been playing it. But yeah, it's a great game. I really dig it. I love the whole RPG element about it. 10 first. It's you, my saviour. He makes a sweeping gesture to indicate the kitchen around you. It's so good to be back. 10 first. Do not think I will let this go unrewarded. I have decided that you have earned the right to learn one of my most closely guarded secrets, my dearest recipe. After this, you will eat nothing else. The party has gained a recipe, savoury pie. Nice, I like pies. Savoury pie to keep you hale and hearty. May it serve you well in your travels. Thank you, 10 first. Wasn't what's the name? The woman from the start? Wasn't her sister here? Not her.
Yes. Gods
Pasca.
keep you. I'm here.
So who is the protagonist now? Cause camera is completely covering the portraits of your characters.
Oh, is it? I
Winky
didn't
face.
even realise. You're the first person who said anything. Okay, hang on, I can fix that. Let's get it out of the way. I'll do that. And then the main protagonist I got. It's she's an elf. I've forgotten the races now. Yeah, she's an elf. Where can I put that? We can move that. How about there? Like that. Ugh, doesn't want to. Oh, Barney Cam is playing up. There we go. I did not even realise that was doing that. You're the first person to say anything, so thank you for that. Yeah, so there's the main protagonist there. Let's bring up the character sheet and have a quick look. I've just called her BB. That's basically that's me. Level 2 Ranger, Wood Elf from the Deadfire Archipelago, and we are a hunter. Currently, we can level up. So let's do some leveling up. Let's go for athletics, law, survival. We'll go mechanics next time. Swift aim. The ranger gets into a speedy and fluid offensive rhythm, reducing accuracy but increasing fire rate, and reload time with ranged weapons and attack rate with melee weapons. Instant effects plus 20% speed attack. And you can't see the attributes now. Can't win. Try this again. That might cover the chat a little bit. If it does, I'll move it again. Try that. We'll try it over there. How's that? Streamer Problems 101. Wounding shot. As he or she would with fleeing prey, the hunter aims for a spot that will slow the target enemy's progress, hobbling the target and inflicting raw damage over time to it. 2 per encounter. 6 meters. 0.5 seconds average. Predator's sense heightens the predatory instincts of the ranger's animal companion, giving them a damage bonus on any creature, suffering a damage over time effect. It's passive, 50% damage. It's affected by damage over time. And then vicious aim. By lowering attacks and reload rate, the ranger is able to take more careful aim, giving them increased accuracy and damage. Speed instant, minus 20% to range attack speed, 20%, minus 20% to reload speed, plus 10 to ranged accuracy, plus 20% to range damage. Which one? I think either wounding shot or predator's sense. I might do that one because that'll give us. Yeah, I think that one. Done. And yeah, we've just picked up Aloth as well, so we've just got him. He's got all these different spells. So what do we got here? We got Alchemist's Dazzling Lights overwhelms anyone in the area of effect with a brilliant and bewildering pyrotechnic display, decreasing their will and leaving them dazed. Fans of Flames, Kalakoth's Sunless Grasp, and Minalette's Minor Missiles. Arcane Assault, and he can also heal as well. And he's only got, I think he's only got the one Grimoire. He has nothing at the moment. He's got that and that.
Did you play DLC when you played for the first time?
No, I never actually did the DLC, so I'm actually looking forward to doing that one. That'll be something different. Do we need that book? What's that? Traveler's Journal? No, we don't. Let's get rid of that. Don't know. That was equipped, wasn't it? What's he got in the way of armor? Plus 6. They're all 0, 6, 6, 4, 5. So that's all. Let's give him 15, 21 pierce damage, 12 to 17 pierce damage. Give him one of them as well. I say that one, didn't I? That one. Give him that.
Great. DLC is a new quality in Pillars.
Yeah, no, I heard it was. I've also got Pillars of Eternity 2. Yeah, the Deadfire one. So we'll play that. I haven't played that one yet. So yeah, I got them both. Played this one a couple of years ago, and put it down. And never really got back to it. So I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. Let's. Put that one. We'll give that to him. Oh, he's already got one. Alright, put that back in there then. He's got one of them as well. Alright, fine. Not much in the way of stuff, do we? Right. Gather our team, get out of here. Yeah, what's his name? I can't remember. I think, was it the guy at the start that you save in the cave there? Can you actually save him? I think I saved him last time. Going on, this is all a bit strange. Where are we going? Older.
Were you looking for someone in that tree? I could introduce you.
Looking for anyone who can help me feel better. He gives an understanding nod as he takes a long drag from his pipe. My condolences, he exhales and turns his attention away, watching the village around him. Welcome to our lovely village. Caldara di Beranzi. The squat, distended body of an elderly dwarf woman dangles from the thin, crooked bow that sags in the tug of her noose. The bloated purple flesh of her neck, worn away in patches like moth-eaten linen, bulges over the rope that suspends her, and her lifeless head lolls forward rigidly from one side to the other when the breeze shifts. You perceive a faint glow around her that casts no light on its surroundings, but there is a tepid warmth to it, and you feel somehow that you could reach out and touch it. Not with your hands, but with some aspect of yourself that has no worldly dimension. Reach out for the woman. Take a deep breath, clearing your mind, focusing on your objective. As you exhale, you feel yourself spreading out toward the hanging woman, perceiving all that lies between you and her with new, unfamiliar awareness. Once you have expanded enough to reach her, there is a sudden jolt to your mind, a ringing electric surge of images and words and sounds. Involuntarily, you shut your eyes and feel yourself being pulled down to some deeper consciousness in a space occupied only by you and the hanging woman. When you open them again, she is staring at you with eyes clouded in a milky fog, her body still swaying in a wind you no longer feel from a tree that stands planted in a misty void. The woman gives a slow nod of her head, the rope creaking as she does so, and she smiles at you.
Have you come here for me, dear? Or have you gotten lost? Ah, it is both, I think. Yes?
Am I imagining this?
No, I think not. A pity that. It would be simpler. A mercy even. To not have to wander anymore, no? Alas, we are here, you and I. Wherever here may be.
How are you able to speak to me?
Is that what we're doing? Perhaps it just seems that way. Perhaps it is the easiest way for your mind to make sense of it. I think it is a very good choice.
I need to understand something that's happened to me. She nods, a look of pity on her face, as though consoling a child.
The world looks a little different than it used to, is that it? Feels like you're noticing things for the first time that have always been there. You have seen past the shroud. It only takes an instant. Your soul remembers, yes? Remembers how it sees when it leaves the body, like being reminded of a dream you had forgotten. You are a watcher now, and a watcher you will stay.
What's a watcher?
What indeed? Long hours have many animancers spent studying such things. Not I, though. Not I. I'll tell you what I know, though, since fair is fair, and here we are visiting, you and I, and it reminds me of better times. Souls pass on. Some say through Audra stones, which are the blood veins of the world. They leave the world for a time and are reborn into it, sometimes more than they were before, but usually less and seldom the same. For all souls there is a time where they do not live, yet have not passed on, and those souls roam the world, same as you or I, either living or lost. But no one sees them because they have forgotten how. A watcher sees, though, knows what to look for. And sometimes they know a person just by looking at them, know where they've been in ages past when their bodies were other bodies. See memories even their owner can't recall. A wonder to behold when all goes well. A wonder!
What did you mean, when all goes well?
Oh, nothing to be afraid of, I'm sure. It's just much to take in for some. Sometimes there's trouble sleeping or other difficulties.
Smiles at you reassuringly, fanning out a tuft of long whiskers that sprouts from one of her cheeks.
You should see old Mayor Wald. He could tell you much more than I. A watcher just like you. Helped many in his day. Took up in an old keep no one would claim. Not far, not far. Kanua, beyond the Black Meadow. He will welcome the company.
Kadnua. I think I survived a Bayawak. Do you know why that would be?
Did you now, dear? My, that would be something, wouldn't it? Could be luck, could certainly be. A storm can be a careless thing. Or maybe it got its hands around your soul but couldn't pick it up. A soul can be heavy if it stayed in one piece through its time. Strong souls, we call them in the trade. Cold, I mean. Call them. Those days are all behind me now.
You said souls break apart over time.
Oh, yes. Entropy. Rimagan's work. We know little of why or how. We lose pieces of ourselves when we die and pick up pieces of others when we are born again, but less than what we lost. We tried to stop it with the animantic sciences, but with little success. A very small few resist Rimergan's influence and stay together through some force of defiance, at least for a time. But they all succumb eventually, I think.
I want to know something about you.
Me? I'll bore you to tears, though.
Who are you?
And here I thought you'd come to visit me in particular. Caldara de Baranzi, of the Valian Royal Academy of Animantic Sciences. Not the greatest of their number, but I came here all the same because this was where help was needed.
What happened to you? She laughs, a rasping, choked cackle escaping between rows of buttery yellow teeth, causing her body to bop up and down with each spasm. Seeing your blank expression, she catches herself.
Oh, come now. Such a question. As though the answer were plain as a rope tied for strangling. Allow an old dwarf her last bit of cheer. Well, I came where I was needed, didn't I? Offered my services to Lord Radric for a pittance. A humble pittance. I was to examine the Lord's wife, see why the gods have seen fit to poison her womb. Studied her for months, looked high and low for impurities, tested her valence, the permeability of her essence. Do you know what I found?
No, tell me.
Nothing at all. A healthy woman, head to toe, blessed with a beautiful soul. Such a sweet woman, too. Meek, but warm-hearted. A few months' time, and the lord of the house demanded answers. For a time, I told him what he wanted to hear. Oh, yes, my lord. She is riddled with imbalances. I must have time to cure her. As the birth drew near, he grew impatient, as lords do. And this is where I've ended up.
What's an animancer?
A student of the soul. Something so basic, yet so poorly understood. But so many breakthroughs have been made in my lifetime. Had been made. Had been. To hear the locals tell it, we're a gang of soul manglers that preys upon the weak-minded. And the worst of us are. But the best of us? The best? Inspirations. Miracle workers. My parents were soul twins. Miserable before they met, empty inside. It was an animancer who helped one find the other. Turned their lives around. You wouldn't believe the stories. Amnesiacs helped to remember their lives. The suicidal brought back from the brink of oblivion. The elderly afforded extra moments to say their goodbyes. How soon we forget when we're afraid. It's a fascinating science. A fascinating time to be alive in a place like Deerwood that does not control the research, no? I love the Valian Republics for many things, but their recent caution will leave them behind, I fear. Of course, dear. Goodbye, my dear. It was lovely visiting.
Goldara closes her eyes and her head slumps forward over the noose, and your surroundings seem to bleed into your vision from some unknown place of waiting. Bibi was granted Crucible of the Soul. Yay! Aloth looks at you through narrowed eyes. Are you alright? You seemed lost just now. Party gains 934 experience, total quest experience 1400. I'm a watcher. His arched eyebrows recede into his head. Well, that's interesting. He gives you a sly grin. And I expect this has something to do with the hooded figures in the ruins, In any case, I appreciate your honesty. Since we're travelling together, it's probably wise for us to share these things. Do you know anything about watchers? Only that they're rare, and that they seem to have unique insights into certain soul conditions, he coughs, as you just demonstrated. Alright, let's continue on. The Old Watcher. Let's have a look. Late for dinner. The Blackhound Inn in Gilded Vale has lost its beloved cook. Find the man with the red cloak. Travel to Cade Noir. This looks like the bloke in the red cloak. Bloke in a red cloak. The smell of pipe smoke, at once earthy and sweet, winds its way into your nostrils. Your eyes trace the smoke to its origin, where you find a broad man with straw-coloured hair leaning against a mossy rock wall, his pipe held to his lips with one meaty hand. He looks you directly in the eye, but the look is not aggressive. He regards you with a peculiar smirk.
17 and a half. Well, could be 18, depending on how you count the dwarf woman.
I'm sorry?
The dwarf woman. You were trying to figure out whether to count her as a full person. I think you oughta.
What are you talking about?
The people hanging from the tree. 18 of them. Well, last I counted, anyway.
Aloth frowns. Is that what you people do for fun around here?
Name's Adair. Though to the people around here, might as well be 19. Don't think I'd put you much higher than 22, 23 tops. You look like the sort that likes to get involved.
What makes you think I was just interested in the dwarf woman? He looks at you a moment, his brow arched, his smirk broadens.
I was smoking over here, saw you staring at her. Twice I refilled my pipe. You never so much as blinked. Your mouth was so slack I took you for a radrick at first.
Do you know what a watcher is?
Careful, friend. Let's not use that word round here.
Alright, we've got to be careful.
Be any number of radrick bootlickers within earshot. Ciphers, animancers, watchers. Same thing in the eyes of folks around here, radrick especially. They come through these parts all the time with their cures, preying on the desperate. None of them are who they claim to be. Of course, seeing you with that funny look, I'd be halfway inclined to believe you were having some kind of communion with that dwarf. Either case, maybe I'm not 19 after all. No offense.
None taken. Good, they don't mean it personal when they hang folks here. I have to remind myself.
The town's had it in for me for a long time now. Only fellow who ever stuck up for me, well, he's number 18 up there. My headman on the farm. Used to be my captain during the war.
The war? Saints' War. Only one in my lifetime. Fella decides he's the living incarnation of Eotus. Overthrows raids Cirrus, marches on Deerwood, so we gave him a dear wooden hello. What's a dear wooden hello?
We blew him up.
He smiles at this, but it is a smile of one recounting a joke for effect rather than enjoyment. Who is Eothas? God of rebirth and redemption, formerly, anyhow. Maybe they call him something different where you're from. I had other questions. Why was your headman hanged? Got involved? Raedric sent men down here the other day. Said they had it on good authority someone in town was working with Kolsk, plotting Raedric's overthrow. Said if he didn't come forward right then and there, they'd hang every last one of us. No one was coming forward, so Swithin, that's my headman, he steps up and says, "It's him." They took him at his word. He sighs and shakes his head, his eyes fixed on the tree. Bound to happen sooner or later, if not for plotting against Raedric, then for protecting me. What does your town have against you?
Picked the wrong god. That's what it comes down to. Used to be a lot of Ventus worshippers in Gilded Vale. That mess of rocks over there, that was a temple to him, to give you some idea. Then one day, somebody named Widewind shows up on Deerwood's doorstep. Says he's the living flesh of Aethys. Got an army with him. Suddenly, Aethys isn't so popular in these parts. My brother Woden and me, neither of us believed it. No way was that Aethys. He enlisted, and then I did too. But, he didn't make it back. After the war, people took to punishing Aethys worshippers, accusing them of treason. Got real ugly, especially after the legacy started. Folks needed someone to blame. I was safe because I fought, but then this rumor starts that my brother, that he was on the wrong side. And I wasn't so safe anymore. Until my headman stepped in and said they'd have to hang him to get to me. Seems that's no longer a concern. Of course, the townies don't do the hanging these days, but when Raedric's men come, they got no problem doing the pointing.
You can see why I was eager to leave. Who's Kolsk? Someone who got tired of all the hangings. He's on the run now. Probably will be till they catch him. If you're next to be hanged, what are you still doing here? Gives a half smile. Drinking? Mostly? Point of fact, I'm on my way out. Just haven't figured out where I'm going yet. Not a whole lot of places out there that don't think Wademan's legacy started with Wademan. We could travel together. Where you headed? Some place called Cade Noir. There's an old watcher there who might be able to help me.
Seem to remember hearing something about that years ago. He tamed that place. People would seek him out for all kinds of things. Troubles of the soul, questions for the departed. Of course, that was back when you didn't have to say watcher with a hush on your breath. A man such as that, there'd be things I'd want to ask him. Don't know why I never thought of it before. Not sure how I feel about setting out with a stranger, and a strange one at that. But, truth be told, you might be the only one in town who wouldn't feel some relief seeing me swing from that tree.
There's a fine reason if I ever heard one.
All right then. Guess I'll do some sightseeing. Long as you're not the one picking the sights.
He tilts his head forward and gives you a pointed look. Alright, let's get going. Fragments of a scratched faith. Bring Adir to speak with Mirwald. Find the man in the red cloak.
$17.5.
Wotan, what's he doing?
I haven't been in here for...
A man lies resting against the wall, lit by the dim illumination of the fading sconces. He has a gaunt, fox-like aspect, and his face is pale and damp with sweat. One arm is held loosely against his side. sleeves soaked with blood. He gives you an anxious glance as you near his features twisted with pain. Have a care if you mean to go in. He casts a quick look towards the doorway to his left. This place is not so empty as I thought. He angles a look up at Adir. Paying your respects, Eothasian. He manages a pained grin. A little risky, isn't it? Think what the townsfolk would say. Safer down here than up there, even with the rats big as they are. Faint edge of hostility belies Idair's playful tone. This temple isn't what it used to be, probably for the best. Times being as they are, he groans and shifts position, wincing. I'm no looter, if that's what you're thinking. Not one of his types either. Werton jerks his chin toward Idair. Just wanted to do some good, I suppose. Got my arm clawed up for it. He regards you wearily. Maybe you'd have better luck. Better luck with what? The man points a finger upwards. These ruins around us used to be a temple of Eothas, the scattered god, a grand temple at that. His worshippers would come from all over the Deerwood, from Raid Cirrus even. Not so much from Raid Cirrus these days. Until the war, of course. Even then you'd get some of the stubborn ones. The ones that couldn't get it through their heads that their god was dead and gone. Go on. Once the legacy started, Lord Raedric decided he'd been too lenient on the Eothasians. He had his people go in and put them to the sword. Left them down there, buried under a heap of rock. After that, Raedric ordered the temple sealed. It's been years like that up until recently. Lord Raedric hopes that if we rededicate the temple to a living god, then we'll be forgiven, and the legacy will end. See? He smiles wryly. But until then, the temple is as you see it, unguarded. That's where you come in. Werton licks his lips. Those priests, maybe they didn't have a lick of sense between them, but they still didn't deserve to go like that. Chopped down in their god's house, it doesn't sit right with me. If you can get down there, find their remains, maybe we can finally give them a proper burial. Wertan breathes out. No small task, there's coin in it for you if you need motivating. Alos's cautious expression softens. A pleasant surprise to see that someone around here has a shred of respect for the dead. Alright, I'll find them. And by the flame, I owe you a good turn. But listen, the temple's been sealed off for so long, it's crawling with creatures. But if you get past them, the priests would have been down on the lower floor. They'll be there still, if they're anywhere. Those priests had all kind of secret chambers, switches in the walls, tricks, sconces, that kind of thing. Keep an eye out, and take care down there. I wouldn't want to send someone else after your remains. I'll wait here by the stairs and keep a lookout. Maybe try to patch myself up.
I'm here.
Let's level up Aloth. So we've got two. We've got two. Out of heavy fog. We'll walk against the elements. Combusting wounds. Cause enemy wounds in the area of effect to ignite, inflicting additional burn damage over time each time they are wounded. Let's go for them.
Yes?
Let's go for that.
I'm here. Yes?
Hey.
Yes?
What did that say? A letter home. Mother, I have asked brother Edric to carry this letter to you, for he travels to New Hiamar come morning. With him goes what coin I have, and I hope it will ease the surprise of an unexpected homecoming. For I mean to follow in a few days' time. Our village is much changed, and though I do not wish for you to worry, I do not feel it is safe to remain. I know Rectrix Obrika will not approve, but the letter trails off here.
At once.
Whoever sat here left in a hurry. Ink was dripped across the scroll, obscuring its contents. Pile of furniture is branded with scorch marks. Hang on. No, I'm just going to attack.
I'm here. Yes?
Initiate's note. This parchment is relatively intact, but the ink upon it has faded. You can make out a few patches of careful, tidy script. Visitors to the ritual floor, Rectrix Obrika says, redemption for even these. Orgot and struck the largest bell first rather than second. Rest is illegible. Oh, right, that one did it.
here. I'm here. I'm here.
Monsters of the Deadfire Archipelago. Magranic Benediction.
Yes?
To His Grace, I write to implore the rest of this letter is crossed out. What does it say? Crossed out in several places and then abandoned altogether.
Absolutely. I'm here.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
I'm here.
Curses!
I'm here. I'm here.
Aye? Aztec built and rough!
I'm here.
Vermin have scoured these plates, though mold still grows in green black clumps across the table.
I'd be glad to.
I feel...
Oh, trap triggered.
Yes?
Keeping an eye out.
Was this 3 bells hanging from the stone protrusion that runs along this wall? Excuse me. Years of dust and grime coat the metal. There is one large bell at the centre, flanked by 2 smaller ones. Examine the bells. The bells appear to be fully intact. They are made of a thick iron and look very heavy. There doesn't appear to be much out of the ordinary about them.
I'm here. I'm here.
Actually, it was in our inventory, wasn't it? Or says rather than second. Big bell first rather than second. Interesting.
I'll have it in no time.
I'm here.
We obviously need to find something else out about it. Yep. Oh, there we go.
I'm here.
Oh, so you damage your own teammates with that. What was it?
Yes. I'm here. Yes.
Spirit. A haze fills the air, coalescing steadily into a blur of dust and mist. It gathers into the outline of what appears to be a dwarf, a shimmering echo that fades in and out of sight. But stronger than sight is the sense, within you, of a powerful energy. It roils and seethes with a grief that seems to spill into your own thoughts, tainting them until the sorrow is your own. Like a crashing wave, the energy surges towards you, surges towards and into you, and suddenly you are elsewhere. Before you is a brightly lit stone corridor lined with torches and gleaming crystals. You're running, your footsteps echoing off the stone around you. You forget to tie your sandals and they're slipping from your feet, fouling your steps. You're late again. The rite's going to begin without you. You hear the tolling of a bell, and your spirits lift as you recognize the familiar warped tone of the right hand, representing the first of the dawn stars to appear in the night sky and the last to fade in the dawn lights. You pray fiercely that this is the first of the chimes and not the last. The light fades, so does the memory, and when your eyes clear, the spirit is gone. Addendum added. It's full of secret compartments and are likely... A powerful odor, a spice of spices rises from one of these dishes, vibrant dyes, grain seeds, fill the others. Up there, I have to go up there, I think. Okay, we got it. Find the remains of the Earthasian priests.
Now it's strange looking back. All the time I spent here growing up. Never seeing what was coming.
I'm here.
Shadow.
I'm here. Yes.
Hey.
I'm here.
We may have to rest. Oh, there we go. He's back. He's fatigued, though, I think.
How may I help?
Yes. I'm here. I'm here. What's that?
Had to walk in front of him, didn't you?
Yes. Yes.
It is not within our natures to forgive. Those who seek redemption seek a long and winding path, a road which takes us down into the very hollows of our soul and asks us to reflect upon the fractured aspects of ourselves.
Yes.
How may I help? Lava will be on seat. Hey, leave it to me. How may I help? Yes?
I'm here.
The other one we got there, what's that? I really think we need some health back. There we go, fully rested.
Certainly. Absolutely. I'm here.
Stand together! Stand!
I'm here. I'm here.
Hi? Yes?
I'm here.
Crumpled note. This letter is fairly intact, though the parchment itself has been crumpled. Yes, I know that the temple baths boast great healing properties and that your back ails you still. Still, I would ask that if you are to indulge for the greater part of the day, you give over your key to the sanctum to someone else for safekeeping. This is not the first time we have been forced to wait to perform the day's rites, and Rectrix Obrica is often too far below to hear our knocking.
Yes? Here. Yes? I'm here. Yes?
That's not very helpful. These uns are in for a walloping.
I'm here. Absolutely.
The still dark waters are reflective as black glass.
Absolutely. I'm here. I'm here.
Pilgrim's lasting vigil. Here we go, lever.
Remind me never to help kill my god again.
The light rises from the bones as you approach. You have a moment to register the faintness image of a standing figure. Features a blur of mist or smoke before the world tilts. It is as if you have stepped sideways and into a new life. You are racing down a flight of stairs following a weaving circle of torchlight. Your own only panting breathes are loud in your ears. Panic and your robes are like foul your steps, and you nearly stumble before a hand reaches out to grip your arm and steady you. A fellow acolyte who smiles encouragement as you reach the bottom. You run around and past the shallow reflection pool that marks the lowest point of the temple, following the dark shapes of the older priest as they lead the way towards the narrow hall that leads to the vault. You pass one of the torch bearers as you go. The harsh illumination of the flames reveals a familiar face. For a moment, your awareness spans time and identity, and you think Werten has joined you, here at the bottom of the temple. In the memory, he glances at you for a moment and then looks past as someone else. "I'll come back once they're gone," he's saying. You're being pressed along by the crowd, and his words are growing faint. "Just keep quiet. We can't take any chances." Inside the vault, golden relics gleam like welcoming stars. The memory twists, jarring you loose from one moment and plunging you into another like a flung doll. There is only darkness around you now. You think yourself blinded until the knowledge settles onto you like a cloak. Candles have all burnt away. You know now, too, with a sick certainty that nobody is coming. There is a crackling noise somewhere to your left, a wet slurping gurgle, and a ragged sob. You cannot see, and so you cannot know which brother or sister has fallen, and which digs after what water a body may provide. You hear in the faint murmuring to your right, in the familiar cadence of prayer, but you no longer recognize the words. You are too tired to do harm. The thirst is like fire within you. Your tongue is thick in your throat, and every breath is a struggle that leeches strength from you. There is a light, they said, at the end of every bout of darkness, but this one does not end. The spirit releases you. You come back to yourself in pieces. Your vision clears and the vault around you is revealed once more, cast in muted hues by the sickly illumination of the sow still drifting like fading fog. Fear wafts off the spirit in waves, fraying at your own emotions. I'm sorry, I hope you find some peace in the next life. Spirit seems to withdraw into itself. You sense less of its fear and confusion as it recedes, but the soul lingers still. No matter how many times I see you staring off at nothing, it doesn't get less weird. Leave the remains where they are. We got to do it together. Gather the turn to Wertan.
I'll have it in no time. The work of a moment.
Go and share.
At once.
Yes? I shall be discreet. The work of a moment.
I'm here.
I'll see what I can do. The work of a moment.
Laying low.
I'd be glad to.
Right, so let's give it to him. Certain books you can read with Aloth, I'm pretty sure, and they're like that in there too. They're like see, bit of him. Tomes or grimoires, I suppose, and you can learn spells out of them. I think you can from memory.
I shall be discreet. Yes?
You cannot disarm the trap. Do you wish to trigger it? No.
Aspect worth and rough. Damn it. We gotta take better care of Ally.
Yes.
How may I help? The work of a moment. Hey.
I'm here.
Looks like it's you. Cloak of Eothean Priest. Oh, look at it.
Yes.
Short_stuff_ just rated the channel with 4 viewers.
Hey, thanks Short Stuff, thank you for the raid, hope you had a good stream. Welcome in guys, hope you're all doing well today.
I'm here.
Shorts 3 high, shorts 3 high.
Certainly. I'm here. Yes. Yes.
Did he drop anything? No. Yeah, thanks guys, hope you're doing well, hope you all enjoyed Short Stuff stream. What were you playing tonight, Short Stuff? Tuned in last night, you were playing, I think it was Stardew Valley.
House flipper today.
Yeah, good. I'm actually going to give the helmet to him, I think. He needs it more. Poor old Aloth is getting absolutely caned as well. Hang on. Grab that out for him. He's already got one. I should do.
I'm here.
We need to return to Word 10, so he's back up the top, isn't he? And we've now searched everywhere down here. Looks like it. House flipper today, oh nice one. Where was Wertan hiding? Where's he? Back here, isn't he? Bet he's run away.
Hail and well met.
Wertan smiles nervously as you approach. I think I've sorted out the worst of it. Arms hurting a little less, he hesitates. You were down there a while. Did you find anything? His eyes dart constantly about the ruins. You lied to me. What? Wertan grins uncertainly. I was clear about everything. The risk involved? Is that what you mean? I did say there'd be spiders, and I'll pay you, of course, for the trouble. Perception 12. You're very nervous for an honest man. Something weighing on your conscience, maybe? Wertan opens his mouth to protest, but something in your expression stops him. He swallows nervously and looks away. His voice, when he speaks, is small. How did you? How could you betray them? They trusted you. Wertan makes a strange, wounded noise. Betrayed? I was never one of them. Mad followers of the shattered god? If I could have chased them all out of town, if... You don't understand. I tried to help them. I did. Every day. Every single day. I went to that temple and I warned them. I told them that they were playing with fire, and Raedric wouldn't be patient forever. Every time they'd shrug it off, like I didn't know what I was talking about, like it wasn't costing me coming in to try and help them, I could have been arrested right alongside them. Intellect 13. You work for Raedric? Wertan gives a bleak laugh. Yes, but not anymore. Been a long time since I held a blade. He hesitates. I knew what was coming. It was their own damn stupidity that kept them in there. I couldn't understand. Every warning I gave, they ignored. The Rectrix, she said they'd be reborn anyhow, so it didn't matter. He grimaces. So, she got what she wanted. Her martyrdom. Raedric ordered us to round them up, lock them in the cells. I convinced them to hide, at least. They have that
Sorry dude, I can't stay. Need to eat and shower.
No worries.
This heat is killing me.
Oh no.
I hope your rest of stream goes well.
No worries, thank you very much. Thank you for the raid. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And yeah, I hope it cools down a bit for you over there in the UK. Sorry to hear that the weather is still really hot over there. Yeah, thank you. Catch you next time, short stuff. Don't forget, guys, yeah, I should, I don't know if I got it set up. I haven't got it done properly. I should have done this before. Sorry. Getting a bit late
so
here.
So short underscore stuff.
I'm gonna do it. Anyway, anyone else who is watching the stream, go and check out short stuff. Throw a follow. You would much appreciate it, as would I. So thank you, everyone. Can't do the shout outs. I don't know why it won't let me do shout outs. I need to ask someone who knows what they're doing with Twitch to help me set it up. We'll get there one day. Anyway, so I thought they could hide in there, and once the guards left, they'd have something to sell for passage out of Deerwood back to Adir. But when I told the men, the priests had already gone. They ordered the temple sealed. I couldn't get in again. Wertan shakes his head. There was nothing I could do. Adir's eyes are wide, disbelieving. Nothing you could do but tell someone, get the town together, organise a rescue? I'd have dug them out with my own hands if I'd known. They were some of the last decent folk left in this hole. Now all we got left is people like you. You could have spoken up, told Raedric the truth. Why did you send me down there? Seems like those priests brought it on themselves. You worthless bastard, you abandoned them to save your own skin. Yeah, I don't think telling Raedric would have done anything. Somehow. And I don't think they brought it on themselves. So yeah, why did he send me down there? To like clean his own conscience of what he did? Because if Lord Raedric means to have the temple cleared, they would have found the bones. Eventually, they'd know I lied to them. When I said the priests left and I'd hang, Wertan's shoulders sag. I don't know if Raedric would have killed them. Maybe they'd be languishing in cells now. Maybe they'd be off somewhere in the Empire and I'd have a night's peace. Yeah, so it's to clear his own conscience. I told you the way of it, Wertan says, his voice rough. I told you what happened. Guess it's your turn now to make a decision. It's not too late to make amends. If I ever see you in Gilded Vale again, you're a dead man. No. Yothus not met. You're a coward, Wertan, but that's no crime. Give me my money and get out of my face. You escaped justice for a long time, but not today. I just want the money you promised us. The rest is your business. I'm going to say it's not too late to make amends. Wertan lets out the breath he was holding. I'm not sure that's true. It's been years now. What am I supposed to do? Bury their bones. Try to lead a better life than you have so far. I'm not great at the redemption business personally. Yeah, go for that one. You have lost an item, dead priest bones. Wertan looks at the remains. He runs a hand through his hair, letting out another ragged breath. I can do that? I can. I'll lay them to rest. Try and do right by them, somehow. Thank you, truly, for what you've done, giving me a second chance. I'll put it to good use. What about my pay? Did he pay me? We got experience.
I'm here.
Right, so that was a nice little side quest that we didn't really need to do. Guess we'll come back later and find out. The old watcher. Travel to Caed Nua. So it's sort of southeast. Take the road south. Gilded Vale, Margan's Fork, Caed Nua, that's where we're going. Gonna have to travel to Margan's Fork, Magran's Fork. Alrighty, I'm just going to have a quick little toilet break, guys, because my bladder is full and I need to go and empty it. I'll put that up there. You guys can watch Barney having a look at him. He's dead to the world. What a cute puppy. I'll put some music on. Actually, well, that's a bit. We'll change that. Let's go for something a bit more lo-fi, a bit more relaxed. It's that kind of vibe now. It's a bit getting a bit late here. It's nearly 2 o'clock. But yeah, I shall be right back. If you guys need to go and grab a drink and go to the toilet, now is the time. Always a good doggo. He always gets up and sits by the door when I go out. Trying to get him to stay in his bed. I'll bring the live scene back. Yeah, I hope you guys are all doing well today, wherever you're tuning in from. I really do appreciate all the views and all that sort of stuff, all the support. I'll probably go for another hour or so. It is getting a bit late here. No. What have I done? What have I done? Don't let me operate the computer.
Certainly. At once.
Oh, we got a wolf.
I'll see what I can find.
I'm here.
Stand together!
Sneak attack.
Not a sound. I'm here.
Thought we found more ruins or something. Ooh, dead body. You got a sword. Your reflection warps and twists in the live gleaming Adra. We can set our own formation. That's good. Let's do this. Let's put like this. That way Aloth can use his magic abilities. I forgot all about the custom bloody... Oh, young boar.
I'd be glad to.
Saw you in the flames.
Durance.
Yes?
Squatting at the base of this statue is an incredibly ugly man, with bulging red cheeks raked by pox scars and a scraggly beard. He is sweating as if he has a fever. but his breathing is measured and steady, like a slow push of a blacksmith's bellows, but that comparison feels strange and unwelcome. The next comparison, possibly sparked by his grin, is that of a bear trap, and then out of nowhere, there is the hint of alchemical fire that fades almost as soon as you identify the smell.
Come to pray at the statue?
The question mark is barely there as the man makes the statement. The statue takes on a reddish cast as if one is holding a torch to it, then slowly blossoms into waving flames. The man doesn't turn as the statue blossoms into fire.
The others are welcome, but it's best if just you and I trade words, and your shadows stay quiet. Hands off their weapons, both arcane and steel. It's only you I want to trade words with anyway. I swear before the whore that is Margaret, no harm will come to you in her shadow, if that's enough of a promise for you. If not...
A staff rests easily in his hand. It wasn't there a moment ago. Examine the statue, study the man, focus your gaze on the staff. I didn't catch your name or why you wanted to speak with me. Strange choice of company. Stone seems cold comfort. The man smiles slightly at your words, then nods, never taking his eyes off you. I could do better, though the road holds little else. His eyes run the length of your frame, and he follows it with a sneer. Until now.
The world holds many whores we worship. Respect comes with honest titles. I bet even you have gone against instinct in exchange for a little copper, or paid for such in countless ways. But if I give offense, if words are all that are left to a man, then why in the Deerwood of all places he should have leave to speak them?
Examine the statue. The weaving firelight from the statue gives off no heat. So much so you wonder if it is some trick of the mind. The ugly man before you doesn't seem to notice it or feel it, although the sheen of his brow is still present, as if he's burning up from within. Study the man. The sudden weaving flame from the statue of Magrin cast more light on his features. The man's robes are dirty, stained with grease and other marks of the road. The hems of his robes, including the sleeves, are burned at the edges, as if he walked a great distance across a fire, then reached into the flames with his hands to pull something out. But while his hands are thick and calloused, they bear no burn or scorch marks. The staff looks thick, stout, of blackened ash once burned by a terrible fire. Beneath the ash, the lines in the wood bear shapes of patterns. And there is a certainty the staff was once something far more dangerous. But now... I didn't catch your name, or why you wanted to speak with me.
I didn't give it. You probably find names as useless as I do. The names that litter this world like debris are hard enough to wrap around the tongue. And what do they matter? It's what's beneath the skin and the letters I care about. What burns within. It's more important to me you're a watcher than whatever culture or accent decorates your letters like awkward crowns. Take pride in your actions, not where you hail from, or how your name rolls off whatever liar's tongue coats it now. If you need a title to hang on me to match your own, Watcher, then call me Durance. And as you observe souls, I test them.
How did you know I was a watcher? Durance shakes his head, and his hand curls tightly on his staff. I can see the questions bubbling up. Let's burn them away, one by one.
I am a missionary. I walk this diseased nation with its heathen, its people so careless with the spirits of others and their own, watchers among them. Yes, I know you for what you are, and your name doesn't interest me. Names are for honest folk, and you are a crack that shines light from another place. We're meant to travel together, you and I. Saw you in the flames. Not your face, but that soul of yours. All tightened up, like a huntsman's knot.
You saw my soul in the flames?
There's things we can teach each other, if you're in need of answers to your mantle of questions. I don't force my words on anyone other than you. I don't care who walks with you or what their mewling problems and politics are. There's enough howling in the world without me stoking that fire. I won't take from your provisions, don't need much on the road. I can carry my weight, which is considerable. Many will stand against you. They probably already have, from what I can see. Left their marks, it seems. Like a trail, worming its way behind you.
What kind of marks?
Disease? Spirit wind? Both could have touched you, yet here you stand. As for disease, not all of us were close to water when the pox hit, but it's no longer a passenger in my flesh. It left its marks as well. But like flames, the pox doesn't strike twice, nor is it catching.
A company would be welcome on the road. If your stone mistress there allows it, then come on.
Her? Don't fear her jealousy. Let us see what the road holds, Watcher.
That Durance has joined the party. Nice. Oops. He's do this. That. Wait. That.
Yes?
West to Gilded Vale, south to Anslog's Compass, and east to Black Meadow. I think we've got to go
Certainly.
east.
Hmm?
Oh.
I'm here.
Let's burn.
I'd be glad to. Absolutely.
fight, flame, and sound. We'll keep to ourselves.
Grappling hook. I think we can use that.
I'm here.
Get over that wall. Oh, look out. Will-o'-the-wisp.
Mow it.
How may I help? I shall deal with this one. Yes.
Yes? I'd be glad to.
Ludren, there, that one. Get that one.
Mow it.
Leave it to me.
You found a new grimoire. Grimoires often contain spells that your wizards may not know. For a small cost, you can learn those spells from the description panel. You may also fill additional grimoires with different spells. Place them in your wizard's quick item slots to switch them, but be careful, switching grimoires will temporarily lock wizards out of spellcasting for several seconds. It seems I have no choice but to provide you with instruction. Redrick's forces are spread thin, and the road through the wilds to the south of Gilded Vale lies unguarded. Given these favourable circumstances, I'm sure that even you can manage to handle a peasant or two. The archers tell me that Kolsk's men made south after their escape. If you should happen to retrieve one of their number, I may be convinced to forgive your previous mistakes. For the last time, You are to keep clear of Defiance Bay. Know that if you cannot be trusted to acquire a useful specimen with even a modicum of discretion, I have no qualms whatsoever about using what materials I have at my disposal instead. Rod and Durantis staff. So what's this one do? Two-handed. He's not a... He's a priest. Okay, Alos the wizard though. Cool. That's 7. That's 7 as well. Alright, just doing a bit of maintenance here.
Absolutely.
Forest Troll, okay. Ulvano's amulet. Chewed letter. This piece of parchment is torn and flecked with blood and troll spittle. What little of it remains reads, "Worried he may have come to harm. Once I reach Defiance Bay, I will hire guides to take me back west in safety and see if we cannot find Fulvano. At present, I regret my eagerness to be away from Gilded Vale. It is very dark." Oh, poor Fulvano. +5 healing bonus.
Yes. I'm here.
I want to go. we can't get it this way. Cool. Black Meadow. That's why we couldn't go to the other one. Gotta go to Black Meadow first.
I'm here.
What?
Yes?
We should probably camp up.
I'm here.
He's having a dream. I heard him. Dragon. Dragons in this game. Not a bad haul today. Watch the road, Willem. I'm itching to try out the new blade. Quickly snake it.
Margaret's fire casts light in dark places.
Wait, who's this? Blazers. Willem, you useless bastard. Get her. We'll add her gear to the pile. I don't think so. They're trying to kidnap me.
Show him the...
Just like it.
For Athens!
I'm here.
Someone carved the initials TRS into this log. Greasy chicken bones rattle around the bottom of this crate. Shipment crate. Right click for details. This battered and heavy crate has been pried open at one corner, but its contents remain within. There is a painted hammer and anvil on the side of it alongside the words Black Hammer Smithery. I need you to deliver our haul for Kern to sell. He will not speak to you unless you know the words Yik Nibion Ilfion. He's only found in the gift after the gift after dark.
At once.
Yes? I shall.
Yes? I'm here.
Lavaru, be on...
The Baru beyond seek.
Yes.
What?
How may I...
Yes? At once.
What? The Baru beyond seek. I'll let Margaret's fire bless this. Let's.
Yeah. These ones are in for a walloping!
I'm here. I'm here.
What? What?
That one hit true.
Aye? Lavaru beyond seek!
Arthek Worthen Roth. Mo.
I'm here. I'm here. Certainly.
Trees and shrubs have grown up around these ancient bones, shrouding this monument to Galawain beneath the leaves.
Now this I haven't seen before.
One wand. Scroll of Bray of Fire. Scroll of Restore Light Endurance, and 22 copper pieces. Nice.
I'm here.
Bones feel as hard as stone, yet surprisingly light.
Yes?
And what does the flame reveal?
Stand together! Ha-ha!
Certainly. Certainly.
How may I help? Indeed.
Yes?
A spare bedroll is laid out in this tent, but there's no other sign of Kith.
Yes?
Yes?
The Old Watcher. Kana. Just off the side of the path into Caed Noir stands an imposing figure, a tall, thick-set Aumaua clad in worn armour and peering up at the outer walls of the keep. In his hand is a small piece of charcoal, and it works feverishly at taking notes upon a small scrap of paper. More than once he has to reach up to prevent his colourful cap from falling off his head as he gazes upwards. "What are you doing over there?" The man looks over at you, blinking in surprise. His face splits in a wide and very toothy grin, and he waves the parchment in greeting. "Killing time, if I'm honest. I've already walked the perimeter twice. There are names scratched upon some of the bricks just here. Workers and masons, I expect, carving a little immortality for themselves." He looks up at the wall again, expression fond. "It's a fine keep, Caed Noir, 2 centuries to its name, and abandoned for nearly as long."
But the truly interesting part is in there, and I haven't had much luck in reaching the keep itself. I hoped to find the master of this place, a man by the name of Meerwald, but it seems that he either holds his privacy most dear, or else has been devoured by his house guests.
I came here looking for Meerwald as well.
Truly? Then perhaps we can help one another. The grounds are infested with all manner of beasts. I've never seen the like. I didn't want to risk it alone, but you seem capable. Together, I'm sure we could manage it. And then we can both ask our questions of Meerwald. I seek a great treasure, you see. Not gold or silver, but the Tanvi Oratoa. You might call it the Book of Virtues. It's a sacred text of the Rauatai, but we possess only a fragment of it. A year I've journeyed in search of the rest, and I uncovered evidence that leads me to believe the original lies just there, beneath the keep.
And we must find it.
Excellent. Lead on, my friend, and I will be at your heels. Ah, wait. Speaking of that, I ought to warn you first. Wondrous teeth, I nearly forgot. I have, at times, been followed. It began in Adir, and in Exomitl they attacked outright. I believe they do not wish for me to find what I am looking for. I say believe, but I have been told as much by one of my would-be assassins. I pay them little mind. Humorless sorts in long robes. But it's why I bought the sword, you see. And it's only fair that you should know. I'm glad you're not discouraged. Come then. Who knows what we will find inside?
I'm here.
Following your lead.
He's a chanter, okay.
Yes?
How may I help? I shall.
I'm here.
Aye? Indeed.
I'm here. I'm here.
Once more through the gates. With more success this time, I hope.
The Faru beyond seek.
Let's have it out!
Braid lengths of rope and a few flint chips are scattered across the workbench.
How may I help?
I'm here.
Only weeds grow in this dusty patch.
lava room beyond seek.
Moe Ixiana.
I'm here.
Sour odours of rancid grain and spoiled fruit permeates the air. Dust and rusted utensils cover the countertop.
I shall be quiet as a calm sea, which is not very quiet.
I shall be discreet.
I'm here.
Yeah!
Aye?
Brave down.
Yes.
Following your lead.
I'm here.
Leave our village! We've done nothing to you! You can't do this!
Spectral smoke churns all around you. At first you can see nothing except the haze, but gradually you make out the wizened, hunched shape of an old elven man. His face and bone-thin arms are smeared with paint. "You can't do this," he shakes his head, spitting the words at you. "Do what?"
This is our village, our home! The Nine Claws have lived here almost 50 generations. We were here long before your kind brought war to our lands. You can't just burn it all! Have mercy, soldier! Our warriors have all gone! You can't burn us all because of them!
He reaches out to you and opens his mouth to say something, but all that emerges is a series of violent coughs. He falls to his knees, choking on the thickening smoke. Flames overtake the vision as you back away.
I'm here.
Well, that's unusual.
Whispers of Yenwood.
I'm here.
Yes?
What?
Yes. Yes. I'm here.
Stand together!
I'm here. I'm here.
Steward, as you come to the end of the Great Hall, you perceive an inviting warmth radiating from a grand throne wrought out of marble, its masterful artistry out of a place amidst the castle's more practical stonework. The veiled face of a woman is carved above the throne's backing, watching over the room with hollow eyes. At your approach, you feel the warmth fluctuate as though stirring. A voice rings out from the carving, permeating the fortress through the stone and air.
Another watcher in Cadnua, glowing very brightly indeed to these eyes. What strange happenstance.
I'm looking for Mayorwald.
As am I. If you should happen to find him, I would be glad to know of it. Each day his absence brings new dust to my halls, new cracks to my stones. It's shameful is what it is. The Earl would never have let it come to this. You are free to search for him here. I will unbar the way.
Party gained 1240 experience. You said these were your halls.
Not as a land is its lord's, more as a child is its mother's. This castle was my design, you see. The Earl appointed me to do it. I was getting on in years. I knew it would be my only chance to build something magnificent. When it was built, I couldn't bring myself to part from it, to go back to my lonely home. I begged the Earl to let me stay, to take care of it. It was all I wanted, and he granted it. Years later, when Bereth's usher finally came calling, I begged the Earl to find a way to let me remain, and so he did.
Tell me about Mayorwald.
He was a great man. He came here one day, young with long hair and polished armor, and he banished the dark things that had come to lurk in this place after centuries of neglect. He could see the beauty of this place, the way it had been, so he claimed it for his own when no one else would take it. We worked together to restore it. But he began to grow distant some time ago. He never told me why. He retreated deeper and deeper into the keep, never leaving, sending servants for food, hiding himself from my sight. The restoration stopped. Now, to look at the place, you'd never know the progress we'd made. In most places, it's worse than it ever was. And all I can do is watch it crumble around me.
Any idea where I can find Meerwald?
I can feel his presence faintly somewhere deeper inside the keep. But he uses his gifts to confound me, and my senses are dulled while he does so. I only wish I could know his mind.
Are you imprisoned in that throne?
Imprisoned? At times it feels that way, I suppose. But it's more that I reside here. The throne was brought up from the ruins. One of the first things they found. As a last favor to a dying woman, the Earl arranged for me to be moved into it. Audra is an accommodating vessel for a soul. Oh, it's not as confining as it seems. I can feel the whole keep from here, and all things that are tied to it. There's something about this throne and its construction. Or maybe it's something about this place.
What Earl were you speaking of?
The Earl of Yenwood. The original, in fact, when Deerwood was a colony. He found this site, the only ruin Ere Glanfarth refused to defend, and he believed its wealth would be great. The keep was his way of defending his family's claim, and that claim became his obsession. He had to know what lay beneath. He devoted his life to excavating the ruins below the keep. They had been sealed with rock and soil. Deliberately, it would seem. Years passed, and with them the Earl. He dug his entire life and never found what he sought. His obsession became his sons and his sons' sons. And one day, that young Earl broke through.
What did he find?
An endless maze, incomprehensible in its construction. But he would never come to learn more than that. Vile things had taken residence there, vile and dangerous. They poured up through the keep and slew its residents, the Earl among them. After that, the keep remained abandoned, unused, wasted. Meerwald's mastery of this place was the first hope I'd had in 200 years. How I've longed to see it as it once was. I can only guess why all this has happened. I fear I've wronged the gods putting this place here, and they've doomed me to watch it wear away into dust. To witness my own folly. Take care in your search. Many dangers lie in wait here.
Unlocked the way for us. She knows the way. And yeah, I reckon, guys, that we'll leave this till the next time we come back and play some Pillars of Eternity, which maybe, yeah, probably next week sometime. But yeah, it's that time of the night for me. It's getting really late here. It's like 20 past 3. Trying to be a bit quiet because my housemates are asleep, so I want to be don't want to be too loud, make too much noise. But we're going to finish up very shortly. But thank you everyone who tuned on in tonight. I hope you guys all enjoyed. Remember, if you're over on YouTube and you're watching, make sure you leave a like, and if you want to see more, hit the subscribe and the little bell so you get notified when I go live. And if you're on Twitch, make sure you follow. But yeah, thank you everyone for all the likes, all the retweets. Thank you Short Stuff for the raid. Really appreciate that. Really cool. That was awesome. Don't forget, go and check her out. She's a cool streamer.
Bye everyone, have a good one and stay safe.
That's it. As Bird says, stay safe. And if you can't be good at it. But I'll be back again tomorrow night. We'll be doing the same thing, playing some more video games. Tomorrow night, it'll be Friday night for me, so Friday Fright Night again. Unless otherwise I post on Twitter, but yeah, we shall be playing Alien Isolation again. hopefully we can conclude, yeah, finish that up, get the conclusion of that out of the way. It's been fun. I like playing some horror games, so we're going to keep doing that on Fridays. Got a few more planned. Outlast 2. Oh, there's a few. Yeah, we're going to play a few. But yeah, that's about me for another night. I'm going to go and do what Barney's doing and crash out, because that looks very inviting. Thank you, MadXO, for the follow as well. Yeah, if you do want to stay up to date with what's going on the channel, follow me on Twitter at @boulder_bum. I'll post there daily what's happening, what's coming up on the channel. I should pull my finger out and get on Instagram and TikTok as well, but yeah, we'll do that some stage. I'm still in the process of setting up the Discord. Once that's all ready to go, I will be dropping the link in the chat and in my description, so if you guys want to join that when it's ready, you are all more than welcome. But yeah, once again, thank you everyone just for hanging out. I really enjoy it. I hope to catch you all again in the next one. But until then, I'm out of here. I'm off like a bad smell. BoulderBum out. Bye guys.